Yo. Oh, it's annoying to have to swap the stream over like that. I wish I could just cut it into one and then start in the other, but YouTube says not allowed. Not allowed. It's forbidden. You can't do it. We don't want you to be able to have all your viewers watching the stream and not having to do additional work because you want to get views. I don't know. Whoop. Meow. Kitty's such a noisemaker. Ooh, there we go. That looks good. Hell yeah. She's watching that over on that side. So now that's not making all that terrible noise. That's good. So what I'm going to do at the start, just what I should be doing at the start of all of these streams, is hopping over, doing this, and then pow, 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 pinning it. Bang, bang, pin it up at the top. That's the way. That way everybody knows what the Discord is. Come on in and hop on in the Discord. Hop in and come on and hop on in and... What? What'd you say?
I was saying it didn't post us like a link, but it did for you.
Oh. Weird. Can you copy it easily?
Really, it doesn't seem like...
Oh shit. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, no, we got multiple stream setups. So I do
For some reason.
I do this version instead of the other version just because I do the other version instead of this version because it's on the mobile app, and for whatever reason that one gets way more viewers. So many more people see those ones instead of this one. But I don't know, I also like how this one looks, so it's much better to stream. And we can go on the computer together. What guys go on the computer together? I want to go on the computer. Let's go on the computer together. I want to see what is on the computer.
Yeah, I see it saying he can't click the link too.
You can't click the link? Fuck. Okay, well, that's gay.
Maybe try to do it, post it one more time without like the... I don't know. 'Cause it says, yeah, it's...
Let me post it one more time. Maybe it does it for whatever reason. I'll remove. Maybe because this one, I can click it from my thing.
Yeah, it's still not.
Still not. Hey, welcome back.
You have to go in and press share and then copy link to the comment if you want to copy it.
Okay.
I guess if you want to get around that.
Okay, well, here, share and then copy link.
No, I'm saying for the...
You have to do that. Oh, okay, I can put that in the pinned message then. Let me retract this.
Because, yeah, I don't know why the link...
Oops. Undo.
Through.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm trying to fix up the link. Oopsies, god dang it. Gonna have to screenshot, and when I look at it in the photos, I can highlight the URL and copy it. Here, I'm gonna put what you can do otherwise. You can hit share.
Hold down on the comment and share it.
Hold the comment, hit share, and you can copy that way.
Yeah, it just says copy link there.
And it says copy link there. Okay. It will say. And then hit copy link. Okay. Okay, that should be it. There we go. So we'll pin that. Just so you can do it properly. Thank you for being here, Soy Central. Thank you for joining the stream. We appreciate all the support, all that you've done by being here and hanging out in the chat, So we have a good time here in this chat.
Copies the link to the comment.
Fuck. Okay. Well, test something out for me. Maybe that doesn't actually work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't.
All right, insta remove.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just gonna post it up, and then you guys can try your best. I'm sorry, friends. Much love.
It's also in our
It's also in the description. It's also in the link tree. Somebody was saying that the Instagram wasn't working for the link tree.
How recently?
Like as of like last night, I think. So that's worth checking out. All right. Now let's hop into the Discord. If you guys get Discord working, go ahead. Feel free to throw up some wacky shit in there. We'll take a look at it, whether it's funny memes or even political stuff. I'm interested in it all the way around. Sorry, nothing's always working perfectly. YouTube likes to make things as hard as possible, despite the fact that we're in the technology computer age. We're in the space age. In this atomic age. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. What? It worked for you? Fuck, I don't know. Always some shit breaking, man. There's always some shit breaking for some person. I think that's just because of how many gosh dang wonderful people there are. Welcome into the Discord, Morse Vindex. I just saw you joined. We'll go over to the gallery, see what people have been posting for us. Check that out. That's what Hazel made. There's a little cake. This little bun cake. Little bunny cake. Cute. Oh, and this is something somebody else made in the art, and they posted that. Look at all that. That one's pretty neat. Whoop. Figured it out. You need to create a general chat separate from the welcome area. Make a general chat separate from the welcome area? There is a general chat. It's in chats. Whoop. This is the general chat. Boom.
Maybe he's talking about for the Discord.
For the Discord comment? Oh.
Yeah,
Separate from welcome area? I don't know. I think he was saying for there. That's welcome rules, links. That's all in the information center. But yeah, there's a regular chat. Anyways. Oh yeah, we've got the Michael Perenni lecture. That was one of the things that we can look into. That one seems like fun. Whoopsies. No, this is a welcome area? No, this is... What? No, the welcome area is up here. This is... What are you talking about?
well, I guess maybe the way I have it thing, but I don't know. It works as a chat.
Oh, it works as a chat.
I don't know. I might have it messed up.
I mean, you could post images and links and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. You're a little high. LOL. Okay. So this is the meme section. This is true. This is a good meme. Burn That's true. That'd be awful. I can't imagine that. Jesus. Look at this. This rock bag has an udder. Meow. And this is me breaking up a bunch of concrete with a hammer. That's what I did this weekend. Oh, that's our uploaded video. Go watch our video. We're so proud of it. Picture of Eminem kills me. Just scrolling up on all the memes. I don't know. Let me go see the new messages. Hello. Welcome. Oh, I can click on those buttons. That's true. Bing, bing. Did I click on it a billion times? Okay, so if I retract my pinned message, it just has pinned message retracted for a while. That's hilarious, actually. Retract. And then I'm going to pin it. And then I'm going to... undo. Unpinned. Undo. Message pinned? Yeah. Okay. And then... It's pinned, then unpinned, and then I'm going to remove it. but it's gonna stay pinned despite the fact that it's removed, right? Does that work on the YouTube chat? Is that true? That's wacky. Why would I make such a choice like that? Because I'm so creative. That's true. That's so fucking dude. Good morning. And you're like, fuck, man, I'm about to die. Let's see if I got any memes I can upload. Throw up my funny memes. I don't have enough. All my memes I use too much because I use them in my videos. A lot of Sans Undertale memes coming out of Demon Lord. Hope Demon Lord's doing okay. I still haven't heard from him in a little while. I mean, he responded back to me that one time and changed his profile picture. He ain't saying too much.
Actually, I'm going to take their thing. I'm going to change something a little bit.
Okay. So I wanted to see one of the things I wanted to look at. Thanks for joining Discord. Send up interesting stuff if you got it. Send up funny video links, but nothing bad. We're gonna screen it on my second screen before we throw it on the screen, so I don't get yupped. Freaking, you guys know about Project Hail Mary? Doesn't just come out. Cool movie, Project Hail Mary. Andy Weir, the guy that wrote the book, helped work on the movie, helped work on the script, screenplay, and all that stuff, went on to the Critical Drinker podcast. Ew, you know him, he's got some dicey opinions about movies and stuff, and just like, you know, women being involved in the writing process in general. So I kind of want to go see if there was anything super unique about that, but if it's super boring, we'll cut it. I really liked the movie, man. I don't know. I'm just like, because I know that it's, you know, it's just one of those things, man. The movie makes a lot of decisions with geopolitics, right? Just cute little decisions, but fuck the ads. Sorry. Live stream. Okay. He's live streaming from space.
Tap for the current batch of Star Trek ships. We'll see what kind of legs it has.
There we go. Let's listen a little bit. Wow. Who's a fan?
You guys will know that I recently did a review for Project Hail Mary. Very much enjoyed the movie, and I'm lucky enough tonight to have the author of the book and The Martian, Andy Weir, here, so we can talk a little bit about his writing career and the process of getting these movies or these books adapted into films, what it's like working in Hollywood.
Fuck the SARS, dude. Fuck SARS, Russia.
Welcome everyone to Andy Weir. Andy, it's great to have you on.
Hey, Will. Great to see you.
Thank you, man. And yeah, first of all, I'm sure I'm echoing what everyone else is going to say in chat. Congratulations on the success.
So yeah, it seems like he's just gonna suck his dick the whole time.
I can't remember, but he said something. He was an analyst, and he said like all modern science fiction TV shows and movies have been heavily influenced by Star Trek, by the original Star Trek, except for the current batch of Star Trek ships.
Yeah.
Yes. As it turns out, that may be self-correcting at this point, though.
Honestly, it doesn't seem that interesting to watch in the whole bit. Oh, seems like this is the most replayed portion. Let's check that out really quick, see what it is to say.
It emits light to propel, to get propulsion, so maybe it's reversible. Maybe you shine light at it, and it'll make more fuel, make more of itself. It's a reversible process. And I'm like, so something that absorbs energy and makes more of itself actually sounds more like a life form, right? That's what we do. And then so I'm like, okay, so what if it's like a microbe that can do this? And then that's what we encounter. That's why there's no alien spaceship at all.
He's just talking about concept stuff. Again, a cool conversation, but it sucks that you give that to the critical drinker, somebody who's had such like flagrantly terrible opinions about, you know, just media in general. I don't know. I can't pull any off the top of my head for the moment. Let me pause really quick. I'm gonna grab some water. We're gonna be right back.
Isaac and his mother lived alone in a small house on a hill. Isaac kept to himself.
So, I want to do some gaming streams just because I want to do some gaming streams. We have some conversation while we're playing games. So that's fun. Maybe we'll do some book club stuff a little bit later tonight. Because we do have it open. And whenever we got some of the more people who are down for the book club stuff, hop into the chat. Sorry, I just keep knocking into the mic. I will stop doing that. Whenever I got some more people join into the chat, do some book club stuff, watch some Parenti, get educated. I think, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't, not required. We might not even end up doing it tonight. Might just feel like playing Isaac all night. Sometimes that's how it goes. Oh, and this is the wrong file too, because that's my big file where I've gotten all this shit. It's not Ted God yet, but this one's the one we're unlocking everything on stream. So let's hit random. Let's see what we get. What do we get? Zazel. Oh shit, hold on. Let me run. Hold on. Alright, friends, and watch me fly with Azazel. Worthless room. Boink, boink. Ooh, analog stick. The post of the I just saw it in Hazel's the one of Christy Noem's husband with the big old titties. Them big old titties. And you know what would be interesting maybe too for the leftist group chat book stuff? We can do discussions because we have voice chats in the Discord, so I can hop into that with a microphone and be talking both into the mic in that and in the mic here in my headphone. And so I'll have two separate outputs going. What'd you say? It's what I'm saying. Other people could talk in the stream and I could have their audio coming through. That'd be really cool. Have leftist discussion about things. Not even leftist necessarily, just like, you know, open-minded discussion about geopolitics and, you know, theoretical dialecticism. Thank you very much. You're a good chatter too, Soy Central. Everything you've posted so far is high-quality chats, and that's like, you know, you're the type of chatter that, the type of chatter we're looking for, man. We're looking for these types of people who are smart and knowledgeable, and are willing to learn things too, man. Because I pay a lot of attention to the world right now. Obviously, the main thing people are generally paying attention to is the war, because that's big, you know, and it's definitely like a knowledge dark zone, right? Who do you trust? What do you trust? Do you trust the nation that we're at war with, who's probably giving us propaganda, or do you trust the United States government? You know, definitely like a damned if you do, damned if you voted for him type situation. Boink. And we're gonna take the fool card there. Yes, sir. Yeah, you get it. You're cool, chatter. Whoop. I don't need that one. That one's whatever. Alright, we got everything we need. We got the secret room. Should have guessed that it was there. Didn't need to waste the sun card, but I mostly just wanted to save the fool for this floor. See what we get. Ooh. Yes, I'm a constitutionalist, but I see America as more of a top versus bottom issue because of the wealth inequality. Uh-oh, dialectics true to Kaiser. Yeah, well, you know what, man? Dialectical materialism is definitely a fascinating train of thought. What'd you say? That one's a proletarian pride, I believe. We can start looking into that.
It is. I know. I'm just like, yeah, they're posting stuff in the.
Hell yeah, we'll start going into that. We'll learn. We'll talk about theory, man. We'll get specific about stuff. We'll let those posts kind of go up. I wonder if he'll join the chat or not. We'll see. If he doesn't, that's fine. But honestly, fuck this. Use the fool. Get out of there. I'm not gonna waste my hearts on that. That one's not gonna help me. But we'll get through an Isaac run first. I want to play an Isaac run. I haven't gamed enough today, even though I played Mugenics earlier. Isaac's good for this stream. We'll get some people on stream. Start talking theory. I want to learn. Yeah, you know, identification with either of the ends of the political spectrum, right? And even the political spectrum as terminology that we know it of is, you know, that's a French construction, right? Literally used to come from the people who used to sit on the hands of kings, or the side of kings, right? They would sit on his left hand or left side, and they were generally people who were in favor of, like, more reform-style government, whereas the people on the right side were generally, like, hawks and wanted the king to have as much power as they possibly could, you know what I mean? And they would suck up to the king a lot of times. But that's where our common parlance comes from, it, you know, and it is also definitely an evolution of the political spectrum. Left-right spectrum is a useful tool, but it's also not useful in some ways because it's kind of hard to analyze such complicated ideas in like a binary way, you know what I mean? That's why you get different stuff. You never get into directionless games. You need a mission. You do need a mission for this one. You get to the end, you fight the boss. Have you ever played Binding of Isaac before? Maybe you have, if you haven't. This game, yeah, you make it all the way through just like it's a Zelda dungeon, you know what I mean? And that is I guess you can argue that some of the Zelda games are directionless as well. But your mission for this game, it was a French origin thing. A lot of stuff comes from French monarchical systems, or at least a lot of our verbiage comes from it. Makes sense, we're Westerners. But this game, you get an item, you fight against the hard enemies, the hard bosses. Ooh. Eventually, make it down further and further into the basement. Once you've gotten all the way to the bottom, there's something special, something secret at the bottom. You unlock certain lore things. There's a pretty direct unlock path, but this game is a roguelike, so you kind of have to already know what's happening for a lot of it. And the game does like to drop you in without much information, so I could understand being opposed to this game. But I know this game mad well. I've been playing it for the better part of like a decade. The story is all about a kid whose mom is like a religious nut, who takes all of his clothes and toys and stuff away, and then God comes and visits her and is like, you must punish Isaac more. Any goals, stakes, objectives, stuff to track? Well, you can track a lot of stats. I've only played the Binding of Isaac card game, which is really fun. I've heard about that one. Right, but you can see in the map, right, kind of up here in the corner, top right corner, like the little skull icon. It's where the boss is. The boss is the one that you have to beat to descend to the next level. After you've beaten a run of the game, which, I mean, depending on how good your items are, it might take anywhere between, like, fucking half an hour to 2 or 3 hours if you're having a really bad run. But the goal is to get to the end. There's definitely like an end goal, right? And that's true for each of the runs. That one stays the same, but different runs also have different unique goals, right? Because you have a bunch of different characters that you unlock that have different attributes that you can take advantage of, you know? And all of them have the same unlock paths, right? Like you get to a point and you can choose to go to heaven or hell, and that becomes like your ending, where you either go to heaven or hell for your ending. And you have to do that for all of the characters, where you beat each ending for every character, each variation, right? And this game is challenging. This is not an easy game. I'm playing an easy character right now, because we're still getting into it, and I haven't played it super recently, but see how far we can get. To make a 10-hour drive tomorrow, do you recommend any road snacks? Oh, jeez. You could prep it for yourself. Spam musubi is just one of my favorite foods in general, but if you want to like purchase something for it, I might recommend, I mean, combos are such a classic. I like the cheese-filled centers, man. They're yummy. The one in here? No, just teleporting around the map. I'm looking for a secret room right now. There's a secret hidden room that you can bomb to enter, but I took an I Can See Forever pill, which just opens them for me. I don't know where the hell it is. Takis, facts. That's a good answer, Morris V Index. Alright, we're gonna go on. Kill the boss. It's Dingle. It's the poop. It's a red poop. He only runs, or he shoots and then he runs 5 times. Whoa. 2, 3, 4. Oh, only 4 that time, huh? Thought it was 5. Whoop. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, that's good. No, Takis are good. You know, I used to make like, it was like a savory pie type ordeal. It was like savory, it had tomatoes and cheese and stuff in it. One time I made it, because I would always make it for Christmas. It's a big hit. It's like, you know, you put a bunch of different types of cheese in it. It's just so good. For the topping, I put a bunch of crushed Takis on top of the pie. And that year was the best year that I ever had it. Mr. Me just appeared in the basement. Got 2 of diamonds or 2 of hearts. Yeah, whatever. I don't have any hearts. Hotness. Ah. Forgot to use my fool card. That would have teleported me out of there. I should have known better. The cursed room is a room that hurts you to walk in. So both dank recommendations. My favorite spicy chips are turbos. Probably pick up some combos and Mandarin Oranges cups. Not bad. Mandarin Orange cup is a good decision. Those are so yummy, dude. Hazel just got... Oh, fuck. Maybe you get some of these. Hazel just got a bunch of dried mango slices, and you should put them in a mason jar, but we've basically eaten all of them by now, and that was a great snack. Give me some soul hearts. Or not, just an infinite key. You play so sloppy with this Hazel. You just kill people with your blood beam. Ack! Lose all your damage. Scapegoat. Has potential to fuck me up. What'd you say? Yeah, because Hazel's going to go grab one of that pieces of dried mango because I mentioned it. They're so good, dude. Mango's delicious. Whoa. Dried fruit in general, underrated snack. Dried fruit goes so hard. I wish I was brave enough to dry all the fruit myself, but we live in Florida where it's humid, and I'm like, oof, I would have fruit rot in my house. Sounds like a bad time. Like, dehydrate it, right? Right, yeah, in spots where you could just lay it out and then it would just dry in the sun. I don't know if you get away with that in Florida. Peep. Ack. Kill the baby. What's up? What'd she say? Oh, she's just holding the kitty right now. We'll come have the kitty come over in just a moment. Oh, safety pin. Oracle, Ouija board, tears up, and spectral. No, not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Look at the baby. Look at the baby kitty. Hello. Hello, baby kitty. Hello, hello. Such a cute kitty. That's little baby kitty. LBK stands for little baby kitty. Oh, I gotta go check out the Discord in a sec. It's popping. Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Fucker. It's okay. Just let me know so I could pause first. Just covered the whole computer screen. Got plenty of health to work with. You know, I had one friend tell me their favorite snack was jelly and mayonnaise sandwiches, and I was very skeptical at first, but I mean, they are pretty legit and dank. Interesting. I've heard stuff like that. I've also heard like mayonnaise and peanut butter, which I am skeptical to try. I don't know about that, but like tomato pie, you do use mayonnaise as like kind of a topping for that, but you combine it with panko and like Parmesan. And when I did it, I also did it with, geez, just coins. I did it with the Takis that one time, and that came out fucking delicious, dude. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I've got community forming, man. Try to do this every weeknight at least. Not every weeknight. I was thinking Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but I kind of, I don't know. I'm like, that's not enough. 3 days a week? Gotta stream every day. Probably end up getting there. We're working our way up. We're getting better at this. Let us know what you want, chat. Maybe, because Hazel plays Stardew Valley. If you guys want to see Stardew Valley on stream, that would be a game that Hazel might be decent at streaming, honestly. I could play with you. That could be fun. I know, she always does want me to play Stardew Valley with her. We're just repeating everything you say into the microphone because this microphone doesn't pick up that part of the room. She just laughed. She went, huh? She just laughed again. She went, ha 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 ha. And then she laugh was smaller that time, but, you know, I think we're going to get diminishing returns if I keep describing the laugh. If you haven't yet, if you haven't already, go check out our new video. We got a new video out. It's, well, not that new anymore. It's now about like a week and a half old. Probably not going to repeat it, upload it though, because it's fine. I don't know, it's fine. It'll grow the more our audience grows, and I think that this is a good way to get our audience to grow is just by live streaming more consistently. I want my dad to come back. Can you do that for the stream? You know, I'll see what I can do. Maybe not this stream. I might have to look it up on my phone after this stream, but we'll see where your dad is. Wait, hold on. Your dad's Donald Trump! I'm kidding. Okay. Yeah, no, but we're gonna play Isaac for now, and then we'll get into silly literature after this. We'll get dialectical. Dialectical materialism. Hack. Glad the Discord's popping, because we've got a couple of people in the Discord popping. I was never like a huge Discord user, so I never like got it that much, but like seems like people who are in chats like this are already kind of like predisposed to want to hop into Discord, which I'm like totally with. Is there a way somehow on this floor to get a reroll? That's what I need. No, it's not looking like it. I don't think I'm going to have any rerolls right now anyway. We'll keep adding to the donation machine because that's good. Store upgrade. Blow that up. See if we up our angel chance. That's good. That's good! Blackheart, Necromancer. I mean, do I waste Diplopia on... No, of course not. No, we're taking one of those, and we'll see if we can get anything decent out of the Devil Room with Diplopia. Diplopia is a really powerful charged item because it duplicates all of the items in the room. That includes item pedestals. Item pedestals can make you super broken. I'm sorry, I'm probably doing a bad job of describing this game now, but it's just sort of second nature to me because there's so much depth to it. Alright, just kicking that guy's ass. Not going to duplicate that because it stinks. Didn't get the Devil Room. The Devil Room is a room that only unlocks if you don't lose any red heart damage. I only have soul hearts right now, so if you're just tuning in for that one. It's kind of like Zelda. You have red hearts when they're in the heart containers, and once you lose one, you can fill it back up. But right now, I only have soul hearts, and once you lose those, you don't get the heart containers back, right? But if you can figure out where those are, you can make good advantage of those. See, like I just got another one. We have the Emperor, we got Justice, Temperance. Use Justice. And then, you know what? Let's fight the boss. I feel like it. Bosses, Peep. I don't care about Peep. Peep's whatever. And we get no benefit from skipping the item floor this time because I haven't unlocked planetariums yet. I think I unlocked those after I've beaten the chest. So I'm gonna go back through and look for the item this floor so that way I can maximize everything. What if it's crazy and I duplicate it and it's crazy, dude? You never know. But I also wanted to beat the boss first. So I had the card to teleport to the boss with. Range and luck. I guess if I duplicated it, my range would go crazy, and I would just basically have Brimstone, but I'll probably get something better. Like, to have... No, I don't have C-Section unlocked, because I don't have Lilith unlocked yet. We haven't played Greed Mode yet. Ah. Thank you. So I'll revisit that and do more of that on stream, but I felt like I was getting too tiny into details. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop. This guy duplicates when you kill him, and also doesn't die in one shot because he's thick. There we go. Ooh. Game's all about juking spiders. Once you can juke spiders, then you're crushing this game. That item sucks. Didn't need to waste the dang time. Not that it matters. Drop off a really sketchy... Well, good luck, man. Oh, are you Uber Eatsin right now, Soy Central? I used to do that. Yeah, good luck. I believe in you. I doubt it'll be that bad. Most people just gotta eat, you know. But you never know. You never know. See if the secret room's here. Yeah. Half heart. Looking ass. Let's get out of here. What's the little thing? Oh, Isaac's suffocating in a chest? Oh no, poor child. So Isaac's mother gets told by God to kill Isaac, and she decides to go after him. And then Isaac goes and hides in his little chest in his room. Poor Isaac. His mom got told by God to kill him, and she decided to do it, despite the fact she loved him. And then he gets to go on an adventure that is hard, but sometimes he will shoot blood. One makes you larger. Whoa. Buddy in a box. So we've got a 50-50 on Devil Room, Angel Room, so that might go nuts. I'm hoping for the best right now. I think we can get... I mean, I would not mind, honestly, getting a Devil Room. Just because we have a chance to get Brimstone, and we could double that with Diplopia and then get the big beam. Woo! Ouch! Fuck! Alright, let's see the item room. Where is it? God dang it. This guy is Chub. Chub likes smoke. Know that Zelda reference? Know that Zelda reference? Chomp. You could drop a bomb. Chub likes smoke. It's so true. Dodong. Dodongo likes smoke. Bam. Challenge room, always easy to go for. Nothing too challenging about it. They're just this floor's enemies, and they all kind of suck. Ooh, teleporty guys are kind of annoying to deal with, but if you can dodge, not a too big deal. Took a little damage. It's okay. Eat the poop. Eat the poop. Got him. Alright, one more room that it's at. Two more. Shit. Boink. Boink. Got him from behind. Got him from the side. Got him from the side. We got them from the side. These guys you can normally only hit from the front. They've got the like masks with their brains showing in the back. But because I have just a big all-encompassing blood barrage laser, it doesn't matter. It just hits them all around, so it's fine. Just kind of shoot at them and they die. Just like people. Think about it. Give me that chest. What's in there? Nothing good. Item room here. Fuck. Big floor, man. What's up with that? We got a webcam yesterday. I'm using my phone as a webcam right now. I'm using like the Droid Cam app to connect. Whatever. I have to watch a bunch of. Ooh, do I get 2 Gimpies? No additional effect for multiple copies. Never mind. Shit. Okay. And whenever we take damage, we drop a soul heart sometimes. And that's what's up. Anyways, we got that webcam. We used it last night for part of the stream. I thought it was going to make it easier to swap between the live version of the stream on mobile and the computer version. But that was not the case. That didn't end up happening because I had to stop the stream anyway midway through, which is just going to keep happening. Maybe, yeah, longer mobile streams, and then we'll take all of the fun people in from that onto these computerized streams. Because these are fun. These are fun for me. But like a while into that, we were playing GeoGuessr with Vendetta Avenger, and the webcam I bought yesterday just turned off and refused to turn back on. So we took it back today. Yeah, that was annoying. Okay, we got Devil Room. It should give me Brimstone or give me Death. Also give me PJs, because that's nice and cozy. Oh, dude. Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear it. You're back. And check it out. I got Brimstone with Diplopia and the Pact. So we're about to go nuts, dude. Double Brimstone's crazy. We got 1 Brimstone, and this is what my shot looks like. Just a blood barrage. It goes that far. Not crazy far. Then with Brimstone, well, what would 2 of them do? Fun. Then I'll take the Pact, and I'll also take the Pact. And I think I turned Leviathan too. Dude. I'm about to clear the shit out of this. I wonder if I can get to Mom in the 2 minutes it'll take, and then maybe go for the boss rush. Depths 2. Should be able to do it. Sounds like a fucking... Sounds so good. I love the sound of that. I like that they did something for Double Brimstone. That's an important item to do it for. Brimstone is so cool. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage! I love Double Brimstone on stream, boy. Isaac's good. Streamer luck. That's what they say. They say if you stream in Isaac, you'll have good luck. The game actually knows when you're streaming. It's true. Double Brimstone? Come on now. Oof. Stitches. Well, if we see any of those specific kind of trapdoor rooms... What part of America are you from? Soy Central? Or are you from America? Are you from somewhere else? Wow! I didn't even see them. I thought I got them. Keep them. Give him some keys and he'll give you some chests. Or we'll give you some keys, I guess. Go in here. Oh shit, we're running out of time. Spark plug, uncharged item, half a heart. Blow it up. Well, maybe we make it a hush. So it doesn't seem like we're gonna make it to the boss rush. You're over in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh snap! I know some people out in Ohio. It's a small world. I'm in Florida. I'm in CFL. We're up in the middle of Florida. Not Disney. So how dare you say that? Even though you didn't. You're a nice guy. I like it here. It's not a perfect place, but it's not the worst place in the world, you know? It's okay. It's a place. A lot of Epstein associates coming out here. A lot of people in Trump's cabinet, too, got their start in politics in Florida. And Floridian politics, kind of a stinker, if we're going to be honest with it. Do I double guppy? I think so. I'm not going to lose all of my hearts for that. Parasite just appeared in the basement. That's good. Give me another guppy item. Yeah, but I am kind of close to Disney. We don't get to go very often, though, because Disney's not for poor people. Disney's for rich people who aren't Floridian. It's for members of Congress, not for the poor people that they are supposed to be serving. It's for Lindsey Graham. That's who Disney's for. Disney is so Lindsey Graham can go to Disney. Not so me. Not so me can go to Disney, but Lindsey Graham, he gets to. I'm glad about that, you know. He works hard. Got us to war. Thank God. Dude, Brimstone just makes life so easy. Let's take the challenge room, because we might as well... Oh shit, maybe we shouldn't, because, actually... California without having to deal with all the crap we've... Yeah. Well... We've got certain advantages and disadvantages over California, I would say. But we do also similarly have a Disney and an Orange County, so... You know, a lot of the time when I hear people talking about like Orange County or whatever, I'm like, oh, I know one of those, and they're like, no, we mean California. Okay, well, not that one. Guess I'm just a Florida guy, whatever, man. People be talking shit on Florida. Florida's not the greatest, but it's just a state, man. I don't know. Our claim to fame's Disney, but like we've got shit. All just local art, same as everywhere else. Whew. I mean, other than places that have like notoriously established scenes. Grew up next to the Orange County over in Coachella Valley in California, where they have Coachella Fest and all that. No shit. Was it annoying? Was it loud? Did they keep you up, or did you enjoy it? Did you partake in the festivities and you were like, this is for me? You're like, this is my shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! Ah! Ooh! Yeah, I remember even back in like marching band in high school, I was a marching band guy. I know. There were houses that were like right next to the band field, man, and I was like, damn, I feel bad for the people that live there. We were routinely be fucking rehearsing till like 10 o'clock, man. Like, that sucks. Just getting blasted by like the worst trumpets you've ever heard, man. Alright, we got time. Half? Half? Mom's ex-boyfriend used to know some of the founders of Coachella Fest. They're called the Golden Boys, and I got backstage passes in the parking lot to go see Katy Perry and Justin Bieber. That's awesome. Not even into those artists, but I would go see that show because I just would. I'm the kind of person that would. I'm down for that kind of shit. Let's see what the Biebs got to say, dog. Real problem growing up in that area is that it's a party town since every single kid and teenager is heavily influenced by the drug scene. Also still not very different from Florida. Plenty of that around here. It's different, you know, there's definitely a class distinction between the drugs that get done between people. Obviously, there's expensive designer drugs, and there's cheap poor people drugs, and then there's dumb hippie weed. That's what I like. But yeah, that definitely does put a hamper on a lot of things for people, especially whenever it's so heavily associated with nearby, like, party culture. And I know that culture as well is kind of associated with, like, Silicon Valley in general. I think, right? Doesn't a lot of California kind of pump people upwards to tech? That's not the exact same in Florida. There's a lot of engineers in Florida, I feel like, that I talk to at least. A lot of engineering coming out of Florida, but it's mostly like either people going into the defense sector or trying to find something else that's not the defense sector, you know? Like, I don't know, Lockheed Martin pays decent money, and I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it, my brother. Don't do it, my brother. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oops, just gave up a little bit too much health there. That's okay. Bonk, bonk. Go heal up my health. I've got a bunch of mods on that help me play quality of life stuff. California, your options are either a hairdresser, a gas station attendant, a drug dealer, or something in tech, right? And if you're something in tech, you're probably also a drug dealer a little bit sometimes. Or at least you have enough that you just, like, keep your friends hooked up. I don't know, I've had... Every time I've ever done ketamine, I've always found out afterwards that the person who gave me that ketamine was, like, from California and in Silicon Valley. So I just associate that drug with that, like, sector of the world now. I mean, it's just a drug they do. I don't know. Alright, give me the boss. I want to see Hush. See if we're going to fight Hush. Or do I have to unlock Hush still? I don't think I unlocked him. Bonk. 26 minutes, and we'll fight the boss by the end of this for sure. We got double brimstone. We will beat Mom's Heart, man. Mom's Heart ain't shit. Wish I had this question mark card when I had Diplopia. Oof. Tears up.
Pill.
Ketamine, acid, quaaludes surprisingly still exist there in powder form, and a lot of people know shit, like take salvia and DMT. I knew people who smoked just a little bit of DMT because it helped them sleep, and I was always like, that's wild. I've done acid, but it was forever ago. I don't really plan on doing it anytime soon. Maybe someday if we go on like vacation and we've got like a really safe space to do it at, but like not something I'm like just immediately interested in doing at this moment. Do it on live stream and just not tell anybody. Ketamine, acid, quaaludes, surprisingly, yeah. I did salvia once. I did do salvia once. Solar system. Got some challenge runs. I want to do one of the challenge runs. Hagalaz, Yara. Gotta do that one. Definitely more of a proponent of mushrooms. I do mushrooms once. I threw them up, but after I threw them up, I had a great time. And I hear that's the consensus story. See, I'm poop. I have E. coli, I pee. I'm poop, I pee. I pee, I'm poop. These items are actually really good. Just going to Mom's foot, too. Not that far. Flush. Flush them all. If you pee on the poop, that's an infinite combo, actually. Until the poop breaks, so not an infinite. But it is an infinite combo because you're peeing on the poop. This game's really highbrow. No, the mushrooms experience I had was decent, except that we were at a music festival whenever I threw up. But it wasn't, like, embarrassing, because I threw up, and then, like, I, like, stood up, and I was like, oh, I feel fine now. Shrooms the only fun on low days, too much make me sick. Yeah, it was fine. I stood up, I was like, oh, I'm okay, and then everybody was like, hey, you only threw up a little bit. Oh, bomb for 2 bombs? Make all my money back. That's just cash. I don't know, I think psychedelics are cool. Not a hater, not a hater. Oh wait, there's no item rooms because this is a quest run, right? That's right. Normally there's not item rooms in the quest run, and that's fine because it's making you do the specific thing just with like the build out. Oh, I'll save that sun card for the next floor. Shit. Okay, that wasn't the boss room. Yeah, we still got shops. If we get the Yera room, that kicks ass. That just doubles all the items in the room, and that's just a very useful room to have. It's like a complete stoner like that my entire identity out. Here in California, I've been moving around state to state, but now I've been trying to get clean so I can get into fire service. That's cool. You should totally do that. I've never had a good enough reason to get clean. I've always appreciated being high, you know. I'm a person who needs to, like, that kind of substances to relax a lot of the time. I almost joined the military whenever I got out of high school, but I kind of think that I got, like, goaded into it a little bit. The recruiter was maybe not so honest about everything I would have done. I might prefer to do something like fireman work, but I don't know. I also know how my work ethic is and how I am about those kinds of, like, you know, stressful situations. And there's some stressful situations that I can handle much better than others. And I think that if people's lives are on the line, maybe I'm not the person for that task. I think other people might be better suited for that sort of thing in general, you know. Which is why I thought I'd be cool for the military, because I was like, well, my people's lives won't be aligned. I'll just be making money for oil billionaires. This is a good way to make money. That was totally how I thought about it at the time, too. But, I don't know. Still love me, but I have to prove that to myself that it doesn't control me. True that. That's cool that you prove that, man. I do be smoking, admittedly. Probably smoke too much. I'll admit that. Love weed. Yeah. Still love weed. That's what you meant. Okay. Was there anything super worthwhile in the shop that I should have gone for? Also, is there a secret room somewhere I should be hunting for? Maybe right here? It's good to maximize. 2 of diamonds, not bad. Since we have bombs to play with, we'll make sure we get all of our items worth on this floor. You can really min-max in this game since there's a lot of different items that you can pick up. Nice. Let's see if there's any other things that might drop a decent amount of money. You can also bomb the pots, but I'm out of bombs, so 2 of diamonds. Steam sale. 2 of hearts, whatever. Grab that. Whew, money back, son. Guarantee. And then give me back this card that I like. The sun. And then let's go to the next floor. Getting all our unlocks done. 26. I'm 26. That is my age. I'm gonna give this guy all my hearts. I have a sun card. Nice. Mother's pills. Use the sun. Puberty. Puberty. Tears down. Ack. Yeah, 26. This game was too sad for you. It does get pretty sad if you get into the, like, lore stuff. It is kind of a bummer. But look, man, he's just a poof that's peeing right now. Old no soul. You got an old no soul. That's cute. I like your Alfred E. Newman mouth for your profile picture. Is that what that is? I'd recognize that tooth gap anywhere. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Well, the Emperor challenged me. I love the Binding of Isaac. I love how sad it is. I love it because it's sad. I love weird, sad lore and art. Duke of Flies. We got this, we got this. This is no problem. This is just a regular old challenge run. We ain't even gotta get that far. Clear out the basement. Just peeing on this boss. It is. Nobody recognizes it. It's because the lore is so deep into this game that nobody can find it. Because there's so much content that you have to get through before you can actually get to the lore. And also the game's really hard. But I love this game. I love this game. Yeah, it's about a kid whose mom got sucked into a televangelism hole and then believed that God was telling her to kill her only child. And if you take the lore literally and you believe what the creator says about it, in the ending, when he escapes from his mother, is actually him suffocating to death in the chest he hid from her in, which is a little bit of a bummer. That's a little bit sad, isn't it, Edmund? Although there are people who believe that the lore of this game, it's actually, because one of the endings implies that this whole thing is just a bedtime story that his dad's telling him, right? That's one of the endings you can get to. And while I like that ending, I don't know, man. I think it is a little bit more thematically appropriate if Isaac dies in that chest. That just kind of seems like something that, it's the dead baby joke. What up, Mr. Monstery? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for saying hello. Playing The Binding of Isaac today, having a pretty good time. We might do a little bit of research, a little bit of learning, education stream later, because I got a bunch of cool people in my Discord who like to educate me about shit. But we're playing The Binding of Isaac right now. We're going for a couple of challenge runs. I have a unlock file that I'm much farther on. I haven't gotten Dead God, but I have unlocked what's the one that you get for getting all of the notes? You get all the completion marks on the page for every character. I've done that one. Just for the non-tainted characters, though. And there's still definitely challenge runs I'm missing. You can make some money in this room. Beneficial. Find my secret room now that I have a bomb. That's wonderful. How many hearts are on the floor in this level? Doesn't look like there's that many. We got a couple. Okay, so I can go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And then one more. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, blood bag. Yeah, we'll just pick up all the rest of the hearts on the floor here. Hurt ourselves one time. Love it. Whenever you're good enough at this game, your health just becomes a currency that you can use. Me and Hazel? Oh man, she just hit me up on Instagram one time, dog. she just slid in my DM. She was like, I see you work at Hanson's. I like that spot. I worked at an old bar downtown. Still down there. I think it's under construction right now. But she hit me up and she was like, hey man, I'll come down sometime. And I was like, cool. And then we just kept talking. I think the first time that we hung out with one another, I had a Lego set. Oh man, maybe we could do that on stream tonight. Would you want to build Legos on stream later? She can't hear me right now. She's got her headphones in. What do you guys think? Would you guys want to... I could swap from this stream. I'd have to restart the stream again. You know what? Maybe no, I wouldn't. Maybe I can put some funny visuals on stream and then we can just make it a pure Lego building stream from this one. What do you think about a Lego building stream, you guys? Because we have a set that my mom got for her for her birthday. Not birthday. I don't know. She got it. I forget what she got it for, but we still have it. It's unopened. But we built a Lego set together because Lego's fun. Yeah, no, it's a nice story. Well, I just started coming up at a point and girls started talking to me and I was like, whoa, that's crazy that that's happening. And that was before I even had my beard too, so don't blame it on that, because Hazel told me you should grow your beard out, and then I started doing it and I was like, oh shit, I got one. Good for my chin. You'd watch that for sure? Hell yeah. Okay, well, we'll finish this challenge run up and I'll hit up Hazel and maybe we can do partial Lego stream while also like taking notes on like leftist lectures. I don't know, multitasking. We'll do a bunch of shit on stream. Oof. Maybe, might be possible to set up a second camera source so that we could get us building the Legos, but also like a top-down view of just like our hands, you know? See if we could figure that out. That might be a little bit of work to do on stream. I wish I was at that point, but I got a lot of shit to work on myself. Yeah, that's how it goes. I was doing Uber Eats for a period of time, and it's hard to put yourself out there whenever you're doing. Not that that's a bad job by any means. It's a good job and it's a necessary job, but obviously it's not highly valued by society. And whenever you feel like you're trying to like go out and talk to a bunch of women, a lot of the times that kind of position can be something that makes it harder for you to like feel confident about yourself. And even when I was working at that bar, I didn't feel like I was at a position where I was like, oh, this is something that's like cool for girls, I guess, you know. But there was also that element of, you know, the unavoidable mindset when you're not getting any, and you're like, well, women just care about strong men, and that's a whiny point of view. Don't be like that. Nobody should ever be like that. You should always work on yourself first and foremost. But like, if you start working on yourself, you don't have to work on yourself nearly as much as you think you do before people start noticing that you've been working on yourself, if you've been doing it right, and they're just like want to be around you, you know, like I don't know, that you just become developed in that boat. You do grocery delivery though. True that. That's not bad. No, once again, these jobs are not bad. These are good things that you can be in, right? And even from that position, that's something that you can make yourself somewhere with, right? And it does take a lot of work, especially in the systems that we have. You know, I'm definitely an advocate for like self-betterment, because people should take the responsibility to make themselves better people, and it does take work, right? I'm an educated person, I'd like to think, but it's only because I've done the backlog of actually learning about things that I'm interested in, and you know, not just hearing a factoid and then trying to repeat it, which even still sometimes I'm guilty of, right? And I hope that a smart chat will help me catch those kinds of things, but I don't know, it's all give and take, right? We're always working on ourselves, and once you begin that process, once you've been in it for a little while, people will know. People can tell, and it's a beautiful thing to become who you are. I remember it was a couple of years ago, I started feeling like, I was like, oh man, you know, they say that the brain gets developed around the age that I'm at, where it's like kind of like solidified. And to be honest with you, I'm at a point where if I am the kind of person I am right now for the rest of my life, cool with that. You know, I like who I am. I am indeed comfortable. I'm brought back to the Channel 5 clavicular interview where he's like, oh, you're telling me that you look at yourself in the morning and you're 100% comfortable with yourself as you are? And he was like, yeah. You know, everybody's working on themselves, and everybody should always be working on themselves, right? And to the extent that you're 100% comfortable with yourself as you are, right, like, doesn't necessarily apply that I'm the most complete version of myself that I'll ever be, right? But as far as physical appearances go and that kind of thing, it's like, well, that's probably the least important part of self-betterment, you know? Unless you've got a specific workout goal, right? You know, like, but even then, a lot of those things, you know, are you doing that for a facetious reason, or are you doing it for a reason that's like maybe not beneficial to you, other than just like, well, I want to, I don't know. Working out's important, right? Working out's important, but there is just definitely a co-optation of that mindset that you want to avoid, you know, very men-centric and anti, I don't know, it's anti all of us, man. I don't know. Thank you. I feel like you said the well said came in right as I lost track of my train of thought. You know, we can all be good people. I think we can. Play The Binding of Isaac. It'll make you a good dude. It's a sad game though. Peep. I'm peeing too, peep. Oh. Ah! God dang it. So something I'm trying to think of right now, yeah. Something I'm trying to think of right now. I'm like... Something I'm always interested in conveying. This is not exactly what we were just talking about, but something I'm interested in, like, pushing forward is, you know, you know, not de-intellectualization, what a word. like a de-emphasis on the inaccessibility of academia, you know what I mean? Like scholarly work and intelligentsia being something that's impossible and only achievable by like genius standards people, you know what I mean? I think that like really smart things can come from anywhere and actually just come from like a lot of time spent with a subject, you know what I mean? And that's not something that's limited to anybody. I think anybody can get smart on a specific subject. You talk to somebody about something they've been doing for a decade now, and you're gonna talk to a genius on that subject, you know what I mean? I think that that's so true. But I think that that's also true for a lot of different subjects, right? Like history specifically is something I'm very fascinated by. I'm a big history buff, you know, in a lot of my videos I want to make accessible more elements of history, you know. Maybe I'm not as good at conveying the methods of finding those things. My favorite movie? Oh, what's my favorite movie? That's a good one. And maybe I'm not as good at finding some of those sorts of things sometimes, but sometimes I am. Anyways, my favorite movie, for a while I would have said It's Such a Beautiful Day by Don Hartzfeldt. If you know what that movie is, that movie's a rare pick for people. That's not one I see too often. But he's also the guy who made, not Redacted, but Rejected, which was a series of animations, fake animations for like an insurance company or something. Maybe we could watch part of that on stream. I'll pull it up. But it's just like a bunch of hand-drawn animation, what looks like on post-it notes, like intercut interestingly and with photography and other. And it's about a man who is a man named Bill who is very slowly coming to grips with the terms that he is an insane person. And he's drawn as a stick figure, and he's the only person who gets a name, and he's distinguished from the rest of the stick figures because he has a hat on. And now that I'm describing it, it sounds really pretentious. But fuck, I love that movie. That movie makes me genuinely cry. I'm not even kidding. I don't know if it's still my favorite movie or if I would still say that it is my favorite movie. I did watch it a while ago, a couple of years ago now. We were drinking, but it did make me cry again then because I love that movie. Might revisit it again, but check it out. I still would probably recommend that movie to people, even though it has been a while since I checked back into it, but I just think it's fascinating. Yeah, It's Such a Beautiful Day. That's what it's called. It's by Don Hartzfeldt. Hertzfeldt. I don't know if you'll remember all that spelling, because that was a lot of spelling I just spelled, but whatever. Kick-ass movie. It sounds pretentious, and yeah, it even is pretentious, but that does not stop it from being really good. Also, it clearly does a lot of things to extend it out to the hour mark. So maybe I should dock that for being my favorite, but I can't help loving the thing, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I just love it so much. I love him looking out of the bus window to dramatic music. And it's just like so dramatic. Can't pick between Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, or Hacksaw Ridge. I haven't seen Hacksaw Ridge. Maybe I'll add that to my list. I have seen the other two, though. I do like those movies. I'm interested in Hacksaw Ridge. Well, interested in potentially doing a movie about, or a video about World War II movies from like an internationalist perspective, just because there are a lot of World War II movies that are really good, do interesting things, but a lot of the ones that we know about are generally American movies and about the times that Americans spent in the war, which was not the extent of the World War II. You know, a lot of it takes place, you know, you get the shots at Normandy, obviously, in Saving Private Ryan, and that was one of the most, like, well-remembered parts of that war, at least, and people were talking about being there on D-Day, talked about its accuracy, especially within the opening scene, and all of that's really amazing, but, you know, it's not the extent of it. That's not the extent of where the war was. Hey, what's up, Ellis McCartney? Welcome in. It's really good, man. Everybody, actually made by Mel Gibson. Everybody ran a smear campaign on him, but he can make a classic film. Yeah, he did say some things that were controversial in some pretty controversial ways, but Now obviously with the hindsight of anybody getting called anti-Semitic from the past, I'm like, were they just criticizing Israel or were they being anti-Semitic? Anti-Semitism is obviously bad, but he did make some kick-ass movies. I'm not going to deny that. Braveheart kicked some serious fucking ass. It's World War II movie based in the Pacific Theater. Good pick, good pick. Okay, well then that's going to be one that I'm going to look into because interesting and very cool. Diplopia, hell yeah. Got mad money right now, dude. One of my favorite World War II movies that I saw recently, we saw it in theater. It was called Dead to Rights. It was a Chinese movie, and it was about mainland China being invaded by Japan, by nationalist, imperialist Japan. And it was pretty brutal. There were some brutal moments in that movie where there was one bit in the movie where they dropped a baby on the ground. It was insanely intense. The Japanese army is depicted as ruthless in that movie, and man, history seems to validate that claim. That they dropped the baby on the ground, but the movie at least, they showed the baby afterwards, and it didn't look like a shattered baby. It just looked like a sleeping child with ketchup on his forehead. And me and Hazel saw that bit in the movie, and we were kind of like, well, thanks for doing that, actually. Because gore against children gets me in movies. I don't like seeing gore against children in movies, but they showed the kid immediately after, and it was, really fake looking, and I was like, that actually makes me appreciate it. Bomb that chest. Gertie. Gertie will get you till he's 30. Make you hurty. Woo! Let's get this fool. Got him. Oh, almost. Do my pee make him... Does my pee make him concussed? I think it does. Little Horn's pretty solid. Sulfur's whatever. But yeah, Dead to Rights is really good. Also won Unit 731. I think it's Unit 731. But that's about the unit that was created under nationalist Japan that went around and doing human experimentation on Chinese nationals. Brutal stuff. Brutal time period. Hopefully we never go back there again. It's looking bad. Not the same. It's not as brutal as it was. We can give it credit for that. Not nearly as bad. Things get better with time, not worse, and that's at least a relief, but people still be hurt, and we can fix that. It'll never be fixed. You're just a whiner. Come on, bro. I want to hear that shit. Oof. Oof. Pooping on the ground again. Blah. These guys teleport everywhere. Unit 731's terrible shit. I know they had a movie about it. Yeah, it's another Chinese movie. Yeah, human experimentation's a scary thing, but all too common, especially in that time period where they were like, yeah, you know what? Human beings? Actually, let's do horrific science on them, right? You know, let's make them experience pain from the inside in ways that human beings weren't designed to experience pain. And that's, bad. I think that's a bad thing, actually. Controversial take here, you guys. Let me know if I'm stepping out of line, but I think human experimentation might not be a great thing, actually. Alright, 20 minutes into the poop and pee run. We're almost out of it. Just because we don't even get complete runs right now. The runs go further than this one. Have I seen Schindler's List? Oh yeah, of course I have. Oskar Schindler. Good movie, very emotional. Anyway, it is just a trope for American movies about World War II to make it their central goal to humanize some of the Nazis. I don't know why that always happens in American media that surrounds World War II, where they're like, well, the Nazis were, you know, sympathetic people too. And it's like, well, they could be sympathetic people, sure, absolutely. But, like, look, man, I think that we should have some more realistic depictions of the level of brainwashing that was on display in National Socialist Germany during the time period of World War II, right? Or especially the time period leading up to World War II. While there were plenty of people who were dissenters from those kinds of things, like anybody who was like an out-and-out Nazi was still in the country at that point. Like, they might be a little bit harder to talk to if you weren't from there. I don't know. Obviously, there's people who came around, and Oscar Schindler is indeed based on a real person, but there's things you can say about him in general. Not a bad movie. Again, I like the movie. It's a valiant step, but movie that I saw recently really highlighted a lot of those problems for me in a way that I kind of want to talk about in a future video. That's called, it was the Nuremberg Trials movie that just came out, and it was so... It was so mid, dude. It was just so mid. It was like, I know why you're releasing the Nuremberg Trials movie right now, but also it was just not that great. It was... I don't know. It seemed like it was a Marvel movie, right? Like, everybody who was in it was based kind of on real people, but it just read like Captain America. And not just because Captain America was set during that time period, but like everybody read their lines like they were reading for Captain America, like it was a Disney written script or some shit. And that felt weird. And it was like that until Hermann Goring was on stream. He was played by Russell Crowe, and he did a really good job. He did a fantastic job. But then it became like a hard, like, drama, thriller type thing, you know, and the movie was inconsistent within that tone, and it tried to make points about, like, you know, like, well, what if this could happen here? You never know. And then they talk about the Nuremberg laws, but they also don't talk about, like, where the Nazis got the ideas for the Nuremberg laws from, which was, you know, yeah, right, the place that Nazis got the Nuremberg laws, or at least the ideas for that from, what's fucking Jim Crow laws. People don't know that. I feel like that's an important tidbit of information if you want to learn about prevention of fascism from the future, is that actually some of the racist laws that America had enshrined into its fucking, like, not constitution, but, you know, that they were observing very heavily, you know, there was the exact type of race science, even a little bit more brutal than the Nazis implemented. I think that's important information to learn, you know? And the movie couldn't address that. And I'm like, But that's just me. I don't know. Got a pill. Shot speed up. Nothing in the shop. Alright, last floor. Then we're out of here. Do a little bit of learning before we go out. Diagonal bouncing boys with silly little butts. Funny guys. Better not take any damage on this floor. Better try really, really, really dang hard. Ah! No! Don't lose. You've come so far. Try harder. Okay, we're locking in. Sorry if I don't talk as much right now, chat. We're gonna try our hardest to make our way all the way through this floor, so that way we don't have to do this challenge again, because I want the Euro rune. Not landing on me today. We made it. Okay, that room sucks. Got our heart back. Viz, a little bit of brimstone blast. Oh no. Not getting me today. It's a little up and down. Up and down. Oh, no, no. Whew. Okay. Out of there. No damage. No damage. Sharp plug is solid. Oh, we have so many coins and a restock machine and Diplopia, dude. Okay, what are we getting? Bible. Well, we can use that on Mom. Placebo, perhaps, could be useful. And let's grab all this, too. Restock. Got so much money to do this with. Ooh, 9 volts, pretty good. Keep all that on the floor, that's fine. Fanny pack. 50% chance spawning a random pickup. That's pretty good, we'll grab it. Restock. Throws an eraser that instantly kills an enemy. Prevents the raced enemy from being spawned for the rest of the run. Unidentified pill. Let's try it with placebo. I found pills and ate them. Okay, well none of this is that good. Except for the Bible. Bible's solid, honestly.
I found pills.
And ate them. Alright. Whew. Psychic guy. Alright. Watch this. So in the cutscene, and the original cutscene, if you beat the game, once you've killed the mom, like the Bible falls and cracks on her head. So this is the final boss of this area, and I have the Bible charged item. So watch what happens. We go into here, we fight mom, she's the final boss of this area, and we've beaten this little challenge. I win. Brimstone. Okay. I found pills and ate them. I love the announcer in this game. I love when he says, there's an explosive diarrhea pill, and he goes, explosive diarrhea. It's so good. Tears up. Tears down. Alright, we're going to hit the pause for just a moment. I'm going to go run to the bathroom really quick. Going to come back with another new glass of water and a fresh outlook on life. Alright, we're back. Are you sure you want me to die? Yes, I do. Sorry, Isaac. It's time to die. We'll hop into the Discord, because the Discord's kind of been going off. See what kind of memes you guys been posting. That sounds fun. Cat in the Hat. Love that. Saw that shit. What a crazy thing with the Matrix. Crazy thing about how this period of time we talk about in the future, our politics have turned into some like anime parody of themselves. Every answer feel like a trick question. It was on the Epstein list. Yeah. Everybody. All right. Theoretical dialectics. Stay tuned for Plato with the weather at 8. Sorry, I'm just reading the Discord. Okay. Where's the lectures this guy was posting? Oh, jeez. It changed. Now I don't know where things are. Alright, this one's some off-stream reading, maybe. I want to watch the lecture he posted. I can't find it. This one is the lecture one. Okay, it was posted in here. The Michael Parenti. Yellow Parenti. Whoops. He is so yellow. Good evening.
Michael Parenti titled Reagan and the Russians, U.S. Intervention in the Cold War. If I can, I'd like to only momentarily come back to that.
Of capitalism that it must expand. A no-growth capitalism, as some of our more naive apologists have argued for, is a contradiction in terms. The reason you invest is to...
Do I like Kofevi? Yeah.
And your accumulation
The
of capital
Kofevi meme,
has
that's an
no
old one.
meaning unless you
Here, hold on, let me pause this. I'm gonna run really quick and grab my...
with labor to yet increase your wealth further. And of course, you use large sums of it for personal consumption and for political power and for control of your culture and for that wonderful, good, happy life that you so like. As George Bush's wife said, we are millionaires, we are not ashamed of it, we enjoy our wealth.
It was George Bush, was Reagan's vice president.
Finally, they say, instead of the usual thing is, you know,
I
how
love
we
the
rich
nuke.
suffer and we're misjudged and
Aw.
it's terrible being rich.
Poor rich people.
Okay, I wondered who that man was creeping up. Okay.
Speaking of the
Can
mic.
you hear me better now? Is it all right?
Yeah.
That seems to be out of range, actually.
Don't get blown up by a
This
nuke channel no
microphone
one used.
has a mind of its own. All right. Now, that nature of expansion really affects the nature of, it's an important imperative because it means capitalism also can never stay home.
Yeah, it's got to
It
go
goes
abroad.
abroad.
Yep.
If you ever saw the film Control...
It has to become imperialism. We have to exert ourselves as force overseas. That is one of the inexorable parts of capitalism. It's like when Hazel's mom was talking about, or no, not Hazel's mom, was other people we know, Hazel friends, right? Talking about like, oh geez, you see like corporations acquiring other corporations, and it's like, well, why are they doing that? Like, why are they acting like that? It's like, well, it's one of the necessities is that you have to expand outwards. Whenever you make your motive profiteering, you have to like move those profiteering elements outside of whatever your current bounds of like accessible profits are. And that also counts on like a state scale, on like a governmental scale. Whenever you have like a profiteering motive, like for your state structure, it's going to necessarily have to move outwards into an imperialist force and take from other countries. Take, right? That's what fucking Israel's doing, man. That's what we have to do for all of the things. And whenever a country tries to nationalize their oil in the 20th century, they get taken out by the CIA, rip Allende, rip fucking Lumumba ripped like goddamn fucking so many leaders from the 20th century that got taken out because they were like, we're kind of moderate democratic socialists, and the United States were like, you're not going to play ball with us on oil? Well, it's not your lucky day, guy.
Controlling interest, there's a corporate president who says, those corporations that stayed regional in New England years ago and decided not to go national, we can't even remember their names. They died. We had to go national. And those of us who are now national know we have to go international. We have to invest abroad. So one of the laws of capitalist motion and development is this inexorable expansion. And that means expansion into an expropriation of the third world.
Right. Sorry, I'm going to pause every 2 seconds. I'm not going to keep pausing every 2 seconds. I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'm going to let it run for a moment and grab my ramen noodles. I'll be right back. You know, the same logic can be applied at, like, why are we going to war with Iran? And if you know the context of this, right, like, why are we going to war with Iran? And it is a result of the fact that they wanted to collectivize their oil back in the 70s, right? That was whenever the Iranian Revolution happened, and a bunch of the Gulf Coast states joined into a big, huge, like, union and started controlling that element of oil, right? Now we've been able to play ball with them for the past 20-some-odd-ish years, not really play ball, but, like, it's in terms, and it's just gotten significantly worse since the first Trump administration because he signed us out of the nuclear accords, which wasn't perfect, but better than nothing. At least we're not bombing them, and now we're bombing them, you know, because we want to be able to control that oil coming out of that sector of the world, and that is something that we require, just because we've got to endlessly go after more and more profits, and I guess being a good president means holding off the profiteering machine for another 4 years, and then fucking beating the record in ICE funding, so that way when a fascist gets in, he just has the easiest time ever, right? Like and subscribe.
A process that's been going on for about 400 years, perpetrated by the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Dutch, the Belgians, the French, the English, and most recently, most successfully, most impressively, by the Americans. That is by the ruling classes of these countries, not by the ordinary people. The ordinary people simply paid the costs of empire. The ordinary people simply sent their sons off to die on the plains of India or in the jungles of the Congo or in Latin America, wherever else. But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years. The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor. They have taken out of these countries.
I'll ever play Hearts Iron, Age of Empires, any of them resource extraction, like long-term strategy games, all that stuff. All that stuff is very much the exact same mindset that you enter into whenever you when you abide by statecraft, you know. And you also have human egos to contend with, right? Because you're going to leave behind your historical legacy. So all of these things are vastly more important, right? Extraction, such a thing, man. Extraction, such a thing. You know, you can argue maybe that's one of the natural elements of, like, humanity, but I don't think that's the case, man. I think it is one of the natural elements, at least of the systems that we've created for ourselves and the way that we've incentivized people to, like, just take as much as we can instead of making a good society for us. Like, I don't know, man.
These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
Put your glasses on. Take a sip. You earned it.
One of the countries that had a great deal of Western capital in it was Tsarist Russia. Mostly English, French, some German, some American, including one Herbert Hoover, who with Leslie Urquhart, famous British millionaire, owned the Russo-Asiatic Corporation, which, if the Russian Revolution hadn't happened, Herbert Hoover would have been one of the richest men in the world. And years later, when he was president of the...
I wonder if he would have maintained that status up into his presidency in the 20s, right? When did the October Revolution happen? That was during his presidency, was it not? Let me look this up. This is important. I need to align this history because I'm a little bit fuzzy on the 19th century coming into the 20th, at least as far as like geopolitics. So, is that my dad? I wish. No, my dad is Masayoshi Takanaka. This is my dad. No, actually, this slime guy right here is my dad. It happened in October. Oh, the October Revolution? Fuck. You're so right, dude. That's so true. Okay, October Revolution. It's been insurrection through Petrograd. 1917 to 1923, right? And when was Hoover president? President 29 to 33. I got you. Hell yeah. 29 to 33. So he was in support of Tsarist Russia up until their overthrowing in the early 1920s, and then he became president at the end of the 1920s, right at the start of the Great Depression, leading into World War II, which was whenever FDR got elected, and then there was the decade of the Roosevelt. Interesting. That's interesting to know. And he was in support of the Tsarist Russia happening before all of those things, right between September and November, I believe, to be exact. I had an inkling it was somewhere around there, but I wasn't 100% sure. All right, let's listen to my dad.
The United States in 1931, when 1/3 of this country was unemployed, when people didn't have enough to eat, when people were driven to the edge of desperation, President Herbert Hoover said to the San Francisco Examiner, he said, "My greatest ambition in life is to see the overthrow of Bolshevism in Russia."
Yeah, he's heard about the overthrow of Bolshevism in Russia. Yeah, he cared about throwing down them communists. Yes, I have heard about the USS Liberty. That's the one that song is about. The sinking of Actually, no. I'm thinking of something else. Let's look it up. What's the USS Liberty incident? That was the attack on the Navy. That was what got us into. Oh no. They were hit by Israelis. That's right. Was that what got them nukes? Was that how they got their nukes? Was that the thing? United States Technical Research Ship, USS Liberty, Israeli Air Force jet fighter craft, and Israeli Navy motor torpedo boats on 8th June 1967 during the Six-Day War. Right, killed 34 crewmates and wounded 171 crew members, severely damaged the ship. Both the Israeli and United States governments conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded the attack was a mistake due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity. They just fucking hit us on the Mediterranean. Whoops. Is this a Bible channel? No. No, it's not that. No, we're learning some yellow Parenti right now. Parenti's all yellow because it's old and in the 80s and it was shitty cameras. But Parenti's right now talking about how Herbert Hoover was mainly in favor of the overthrow of the Bolsheviks in Russia, right, while they were trying to implement, like, at least during the time of Leninism, before you get to your worse your Lyshenkos. You know, while his people were starving. Sag. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man. Not a Bible channel. I'm fine with people who are religious. I think that it's beautiful to have faith in things. I think that maybe there's an element of faith that can be very beautiful. But historically speaking, and at least societally speaking, whenever we're talking about, like, the societal power of, like, religious institutions, I tend to get worried about those sorts of things. I'm more on the end of being critical of those things than I am in support. Although individual faith is fine, and if you find solace in the Bible and you find Jesus Christ to be a good thing to lend your thoughts and heart and mind to, then by all means, man, do that.
Stop, Kitty.
Me personally, I don't know what's out there. I don't know what's after this. I don't know. I think the Bible's more of a historical document. That's how I tend to treat it. But, you know, treat it however you want, of course. But, yeah, man, I don't know. When I die, I'll be dead. You subbed. Thanks for subbing, Vizzy's here. Thanks for being here. Let's keep watching this yellow Parenti, and we'll keep talking about it. We'll keep pausing. fucking pause and talk about it every 10 seconds. That's what kind of channel this is, you know. But thank you for being here, Vizzy. Thank you for joining. Enter my Lord of love. I'll be love you. All right.
Came with the Russian Revolution a break in the fabric of international capitalist history. There now was a country where the unwashed, where the workers of Petrograd and Moscow were actually taking over, where they...
What is happening right now? How many servants of God? How many inner Lord of my love, I'll be with you? What is happening right now? Am I getting Bible raid while I'm trying to watch Yellow Parenti, dude? Hey, man, love Jesus if you love Jesus, man. I got no problem with that. But just know that I am deeply, deeply, deeply critical of almost any institutionalized religious function in this country, man. Churches are not very beneficial a lot of the time. Individual religious belief can be a very beautiful and wholesome thing. But, man, them churches, dog, they're going to steer you wrong, especially when there's fascists in office, man. And if you don't like hearing that, then this might not be the channel for you, dog. Let's listen to Yellow Parenti.
They were actually taking over the land, the labor, the technology, and the resources of their country. We're communists. We're coming in to power. And there's a remarkable correspondence between Secretary of State Lansing and President Woodrow Wilson, in which Lansing says, the Bolsheviks are wanting in political virtue. They would preach to the ordinary man that he might elevate himself.
Thank you, Soy Central. Thank you for recognizing my position on it. I always say faith is beautiful, but religion gets weird, you know? I make the most pungent of hummus from my dinky. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like putting people's beliefs down. I think having faith in Christ can be very beautiful. And while I personally don't have those necessarily, I think it can be very beautiful to have faith in those kinds of things. I'm even envious of it sometimes, right? You know, I'm like, it is kind of a bummer to think of, you know, your death is being like bleak and desolate or whatever. That is definitely a bummer of a thought process. But also, like, life is for the living, right? Law got him. Yeah, life is for the living, man. You know, life's for you and me, and also for everybody that's going to come in the future, you know, and the only thing that matters is whatever future we can bring for, you know, future generations of people, you know. I hope they get to space someday, man. I know I'm not the guy that's going to get there, but I hope that someday we become like Interstellar. Dog, that'd be so cool. I hope it's not Elon. I hope he tries and he gets, right, but it's not a self-help plan or a feel better. Talk with I'd be happy to talk with him about your doubts. You want to ask a question? Am I having a problem? No, dude. I don't know. If you if you feel like you're addicted to something, there's definitely addiction counselors that you can seek. Anything can become addictive. If it initiates a chemical response. But I don't know if you're being serious, if you're just being silly. Not a self-help plan or a feel-better thing. God's all around you and knew you before the foundation of the world and loves you infinitely. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. Maybe. I would have no way of knowing. You know what I mean? I that's all right. That's all right. That's fine. But okay. That doesn't, those kinds of things don't change my life any. You know what I mean? I'm definitely much more interested in the physical reality that we live in and the structures of government that we can criticize and the capitalist imperialist structures that our government implements and fucking the hatred of the Bolsheviks in the 1920s and 30s that was exhibited by American President Herbert Hoover. Yellow Parenti.
Through political means rather than by dint of hard work. This would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country and other countries. They understood what was the threat. The Americans themselves, the American ruling class, had very little cap.
Well, my brother, if you're being serious about that, I appreciate you coming in and asking a question. It's a vulnerable spot you put yourself in. Grew up in a spiritual atheistic household, but I recently developed a relationship with Jesus as God in my personal experience. I truly believe God's changed my life for the better. Well, that's good, man. And once again, that's something that you can get benefit out of with your own personal life. I won't put it down in any kind of way. I have my own beliefs and understandings for why those kinds of things might be, and maybe you guys can help the friend Boostify over there. Which I don't know if that'll be the solution for you, Boostify. If that's an issue that you're having to deal with, my recommendation would be to find something else that gives you passion. You know what I mean? Something else that is like, you know, not get a hobby, right? But get a hobby, you know? Hobbies are cool. I felt like I spent a lot of time, down in my own dumps, right? But I don't know. I've been in a lot of different positions in my life where I've struggled, and I've been in a lot of positions in my life where I felt addicted to, the substances I have, and now I have a better relationship with a lot of those things in general. So you can just find. I think it'd be just a coincidence or chance when I heard other people. I mean, and so all those things are fine, right? My area is that while it can be useful for some people in their individual lives to find solace with Christ, and while that is a useful thing for a lot of people and individuals, my main concern is with systems, my main concern is with governments, my main concern is with those things, right? My priority especially whenever I'm talking about this channel, is criticizing those systems of governments, right, that already do exist and are things that we can tangibly affect, because we've made the world a better place in the past, I think we could do it in the future, I believe. Sorry, snorting. Hey, LBK, how many kitties did you kill today? Hey, Sharky, welcome back. Good to see you. I think that religion can be beautiful for the individual, but again, whenever it becomes institutionalized, whenever it becomes something that you're listening to somebody else dictate how you should feel about certain elements of that religion, that's when my mistrust becomes heavy. Always, 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 always be mistrustful of pastors and religious authorities and people who are telling you to vote away because that's what Jesus would want. Never listen to that person. That person's a scammer. That person is taking advantage of your faith. Don't ever listen to that person. You know better than that. You're smarter than that. Jesus doesn't want you to vote anyway. Jesus just wants you to devote his life to Christ, right? Like, that's what it is, right? Like, right? It would be a bit of an oxymoron to be somebody who's based on challenging systems and organized religions, but also picked on choose. Exactly, and I can't do that. You're good. Thank you for coming in, Sharky. You're good for hopping in and hopping out. Now we're doing leftist book club, right? We're talking about Yellow Parenti, or at least we're listening to Yellow Parenti, which maybe I should go back for a minute or two so we could get more of the context on the revolution of the Bolsheviks, right? Which the Bolsheviks, for those who don't know, maybe I could do a little explainer here because a lot of people aren't going to know coming into my chat just randomly. Early 1900s. Think the Roaring Twenties. In America, we think of the Roaring Twenties as the time of the flappers and the origin of the black and white film. And then this time we had various presidents like Calvin Coolidge, we had Warren Harding, we had Herbert Hoover, who is one of the primary ones that we're talking about, who was a very conservative president, who was here during the time, or who was president during the time of leading into the Great Depression at the end of the 30s, right? Now, this was kind of a worldwide depression that was happening. It was bigger than just us, and it got worse a little bit for a lot of countries after World War II, and that was definitely the thing that dissolved Europe as a superpower. Irrelevant. Coming to the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s, you have the Tsar in Russia. You have the Tsarist Russia, and basically what Tsar means is king, like empire, ruler, right? They had more of a monarchist style of government. Hey, what's up, Zachariat? It's like a right-wing Trump church out here, and I think it's such BS. It is. Yeah, welcome to chat. Thanks for coming in today, Zachariat. Zach React. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you, Sharky. I pinned my message retracted because I thought it was silly, but I'm going to pin that because, hey, man, if you do little ads for me, you get pinned. Beep. So coming into the end of the 1800s, right, you've got the Tsarist Russia. They're monarchist, and they're generally in favor of Western-style governments. They're going to kowtow to, like, capitalists, and they're generally very willing to, like, fuck over their own people. They were very brutal in Tsarist Russia, right? That leads to, I guess, 1917, was it? Was that around the time it happened? We just looked it up so I could get the dates correct. Yeah, 1917 was when it started and went to about 1923. That was whenever the Bolsheviks, which become the communists, overthrew Tsarist Russia, right? Now, Herbert Hoover was in favor of the Tsars, hated the Bolsheviks. Is a very common trend. A lot of the people who are very, very, very angrily opposed to the Bolsheviks generally tend to have money tied up in oil barons in the Middle East somewhere, or, tend to have brutal outputs that they're making a lot of money on, and that's just something that Yellow Parenti lecture is talking about here. So we're going to go back just a little bit so we can get some of that good, juicy context, and we'll pause in and talk about it here or there. If you guys have any questions, throw it up in chat. I'm happy to answer. I'll try to get to it. Chat's on a delay of like 15 seconds. Weren't 3 people running Russia, England, and I think Germany and all the brothers at the same time? The 3 people running... Let me look at that. Was that during the end period of the 1800s? Was that during the end of the 1800s? Brother, I'll look it up. Ruler, Russia, England, Germany. Maybe. The Kaiser, the Tsar, and King George were cousins at World War One. They were cousins. You were close. This is skyhistory.co.uk. Yeah, the Kaiser, the Tsar, and King George the Fifth, cousins. Yeah, I know, and I know Kaiser Wilhelm too. Well, one of the Kaiser Wilhelm during World War One, he had like a funny like little birth defect arm. He had like a little birth defect arm. Good evening from Albania in Southern Europe. Hey, welcome in from Albania. I know some friends who are Albanian, or I knew some people back in high school who were Albanian. That's cool. Welcome to the chat. We're talking about a little bit about history right now. Did you know that the Kaiser, the Tsar, and King George V were all cousins during the period of World War One? That seems to be nuts. Let me look at that. We'll read a little bit of this. Hello, Sage. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, Stage. Yeah. Thank you for welcoming people, Sharky. You're a good mod. Dramatic example of the kind of surprising story a family tree could tell. Just look at the royal family and the curious constellation of the connections behind World War I. Britain may have been swept up in jingoistic fervor against Germany, with Rudyard Kipling warning that the Hun is at the gate. While it's often forgotten about, the British monarch at the time, King George V, was the first cousin of Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm II, being both grandchildren of Queen Victoria. Yeah, I knew about that. As Queen Victoria had Queen Anne of Austria, I believe. No. Anne of Austria was a different French queen. I'm mixing them up. Anyways, Kaiser Wilhelm had this thing, right, where he would like write letters to his mom, and it seemed like he had this like weird fixation on it. And he would he would write in letters like he wanted to like hold her hand with his hand. And it seems like, at least in Germany at the time, like they were very like bad about like deformities on people, especially an emerging prince, you know, essentially. So he kind of had like a weird relationship with that, and he would write weird courtship letters to his mother about like, I just want to take my glove off and touch you with my hand. And she eventually had to like write him a letter and be like, hey, stop sending me shit like this. That was the guy that led Germany into World War One. Whoa. All right, Yellow Perenni, what we got? Talk about October Revolution and the Bolsheviks, Herbert Hoover in America, and imperialism abroad. We still got a long time to go through in this. Probably won't get through the whole thing tonight.
Revolution, a break in the fabric of international capitalist history. There now was a country where the unwashed, where the workers of Petrograd and Moscow were actually taking over, where they were actually taking over the land, the labor, the technology, and the resources of their country, where communists were coming in to power. And there's a remarkable correspondence between Secretary of State
Hold her hand is diabolical. Dude, it's so weird, man. It's so fucking weird, man.
And President Woodrow Wilson, in which Lansing says, the Bolsheviks are wanting in political virtue. They would preach
Welcome in, Minty Fresh.
Man that he might elevate
I like your Sigmund Freud comment. Yeah, no, that was wild.
Than by dint of hard work. This would be a most unfortunate example to the common man in our country and other countries. They understood what was the threat. The Americans themselves, the American ruling class, had very little cap, didn't have all that much. I told you about Hoover and a few other speculators, other people like that. But they joined in with 14 other...
Big stock market guys were Herbert Hoover. That's also why he was kind of a bad president leading into like the Great Depression, because he was like, well, this is just a natural bounce of the stock market. We'll bounce back eventually. And I mean, we did eventually bounce back, but it took fucking World War II and the highest marginal tax rates that we've ever seen in this country. So that's maybe a part of it.
Nations to invade the Soviet Union, to overthrow the socialist government that had just been put in after the Tsar was overthrown. That process of invading a revolutionary country is still happening before our eyes. If you want to...
Well, it's definitely still not happening these days. Doesn't matter if we... The Dow is up to 50,000, dude. Didn't you hear? Well, the Dow being up to 50,000 wasn't enough to save A.G. Pam Bondi her freaking job, man. She didn't keep it. She wasn't able to keep it, dog. And she was like, but Mr. Trump, did you not see me dive on that live grenade for you, Mr. Trump? Oof. Well, it is funny, at least, maybe not that funny, that all of the people getting thrown under the bus first in the Trump admin are the women. Shocker, right? Who could have seen that coming? And the first woman to get thrown under the bus was Elon. Heyo!
Understand those years after the Russian Revolution, just look at what's going on in Nicaragua. Invasion, either by directly with troops from your own country, or by using surrogate troops, and they use the white armies and the white generals. The White Guard Army.
It should not, yeah. It should not. The Dow should not cost 5,000, 50,000. That's too much.
Embargoes, isolation, withholding food supplies, sabotage, encirclement, refusing diplomatic recognition. These are the methods that are used, and these are the methods, time-honored methods that are being used right now by Reagan against another revolutionary government, which is Nicaragua.
Hell yeah, Proletarian Pride. Welcome into the stream. We've only made it in like 7 minutes because I have to keep pausing and talking about history to people because it's fun. I don't have to. I do it because I want to. I'm like, oh, let's go. We'll go look at this. Did you know that the Kaiser Wilhelm II and King George V and the Tsar of Russia during World War I were all cousins at the same time? Howdy, howdy, Yucky. Welcome into chat. I like your profile picture. It's really spooky. Really spooky. Let's keep watching this Perenni, my dude. He's talking about that Russian Revolution right now, boy.
That process...
Thanks for subbing.
Water has ice cubes in it.
Thank you for being here.
That process of encirclement and destabilization continued right until World War II. On the eve of World War II, Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union named Litvinov went to, did I pronounce his name correctly? No, I can't say it that way. Went to the Western powers and called for...
As a custom mask? That's really cool. What's he about to say? So, yeah, that's really neat. I'll check that out. If you post videos about that, I'll go watch that off stream sometime. So, what is he about to say? The Russian minister is about to come to America and ask them something right before the dawn of World War II. Let's see what it is. 9 months sober, no drinking. Congratulations, dude. That's amazing. Good shit. Keep it up, dog. I've been alcohol-free since last night. But we tend to not drink but like once or twice a month, generally speaking. We're not big heavy drinkers. We used to be a little bit heavier when I worked at a bar, but that's just because downtown Orlando drinking culture sucks. On your way to bed, I saw you were watching Perenni. I had to come in. Thank you for being here, and also thanks for being so active in the Discord. You're a good ass chatter, Proletarian Pride. You keep us on. You gave us content for tonight, dude. Bright Yellow Perenni's the shit, dude. It's hard as hell, dude. It's where it's at. Yeah, it's so hard in response to the sobriety. Sobriety is not easy. It gets easy. You become a better person, and then you can live. Then you can live again, brother. You know they save Rasputin's wiener in a pickling jar? Yeah, I've heard about that one. All right, let's run it.
An alliance with England, the United States, and France against Nazi Germany. And that if the Germans attacked Czechoslovakia, they would all join in, or attack Poland, or attack anybody, that all the powers would join in to fight Hitler and contain him.
Oh my goodness. This is what the foreign Russian minister... You're all blushed. You're a great chatter, yeah. You are a heavy bottom. Okay. That's cool. That's fascinating. The Russian foreign minister came to all the Western powers before World War II broke out and said, you know what we should do? Hell yeah, man. I'm excited too, man. Tonight's been really good. It's getting chatters tonight. But that's fascinating, right? The Russian foreign minister comes to all the Western powers before World War II breaks out and says, hey, if this guy takes Czechoslovakia, we should punish him for doing that, right? Maybe we should go after Hitler if he decides to invade this land, which is something that it seems like he's interested in doing. what did they say in response to that interesting recommendation? Any history heads here, or even just like slight knowers of how things turned out?
The Western Allies refused those overtures from the Soviet Union.
Oh!
Not because they were appeasers, not because they were simple and naive. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, we're all gay here, Cosmic Master Spy, and because you're here now too, I hate to break it to you, bud. I really hate to break this to you, but you're gay too.
Because they had a plan of their own, and that plan was Munich. And the plan was we give Hitler Czechoslovakia and he goes east. And they were waiting for a war, and that war was supposed to come, and it was going to be Nazi Germany finishing off Bolshevik Russia.
It's April 2nd, also pray for Ty Hughes diarrhea. Yeah, man, interesting how quickly Russia was ahead on the You Caught the Gay. He did. Talking about the Yellow Man you're watching. Michael Perenni? I don't know. Bah! I like the Fossil Central, thank you. Yeah, it's crazy how on the ball Russia is for a lot of the part, at least for like foreign policy, especially throughout the 20th century, and they just get dogged on continuously. If Perenni is gay, would that be an issue, huh? Yellow Perenni's talking about materialism right now, my dude. He's talking about history. He's talking about that shit that matters, dog. Let's listen.
Just as they had sent armies in against Russia just a few years, less than a decade before, so they now plan to do the same. And so they've done again and again. And that war was fought,
Yes, work to you in the future.
It was fought on the Eastern Front.
Where are you from, Aiden? Are you from Germany? What time period? What time are you coming from? It's just something to think about, man. Do you oftentimes think about whether or not people are gay? It adds context. What context would that add?
7 out of every 10 German soldiers who died in that war died on the Eastern Front.
Uh-huh.
The scale of fighting was enormous. The battles of Kursk, Stalingrad, the Battle of Berlin. There's nothing like it that happened in the Western theater, on the Western Front. In the Battle of Berlin, you saw 2 million German soldiers against 3.5 million attacking Soviet soldiers. The loss...
Last date you remember was like March 5th, 2004 or so, you think. Oh, don't look up... Wait, was Jared the Subway guy in 2004? No, that was like 2008, wasn't it? Jesus loves you. I'm not interested in loving Jesus. I just want to fuck. I'm sorry. That was not funny. Okay. It's fun to think about. If we just had listened to Borat. Yeah, man. Yeah, Fopo was... I look at anybody and instantly judge them as gay or straight based on 3 factors. This will impact the way I perceive them basically forever, even if they say they aren't gay. Okay. Alright. The what now in 2008? Do you know about Jared the Subway guy yet? Is that a 2004 guy thing, or is that a 2000? Do you know about Jared the Subway guy? Is that what kind of 2004 reference in that? Also, we're basically still fighting in the Middle East. That hasn't changed. That's gay, LMAO. That is gay, honestly. Yeah, if I look at somebody, I judge them instantly on whether or not they're gay. And if they are gay, it means I want to kiss them.
Were stupendous. But at the end of that war, the Soviet Union emerged as a major power. Very weakened, very much weakened, having lost most of its industries west of the Urals, having lost 20 million people. Most of its transportation, by the way, at that time was still by horse or oxen in most areas for most of its population. But it still had the Red Army.
Started in 96. Oh, man, I don't know my timely year references. Well, basically every movie that you've ever seen is like all of the movies that get made nowadays. Like all of that shit just plays out on loop. But yeah, after World War II, Russia was definitely hobbled super hard, right? And yo, you want to kiss him? That's even gayer. Duh. You kidding? Duh. Come on, Sharky. You need to know this, mod. You need to know this. It's gay as hell in here. Fucking, But But yeah, right after World War II, Russia was very weakened as a superpower, right? And America does things to weaken them further, right? Because we're interested in an antagonistic foreign policy relationship because we want to end up on top. And that's almost always how we've operated things. And things that were willing to participate with Western democracy and like oil rights and stuff, they got put into the Marshall Plan, right? Where was it the Monroe Doctrine, not Marshall Plan? Was it the Monroe Doctrine? That was the Truman Plan that Truman put together where he was going to send American funds because we were absolutely an economic superpower coming out of World War II. Not gay if he's wearing socks, that's what I'm saying. Economic superpower coming out of World War II. We were looking into, like, just funding things that were going to be friendly to oil interests, and we were also interested in starting a Cold War with Russia and potentially nuking North Korea. There's people who were really interested in dropping nukes all over the world during that time period, man. Got a new nuke video coming out in the next month, this month.
And yet it was not an army that had any intention to
That's
march.
why you love it here, because it's gay. Thank you, Sharky.
Although that was a NATO myth that was cultivated at the time. And there's an interesting set of documents that just came out in the American Historical Review, which point out now that the West and the State Department never really believed that the Soviets were going to invade Western Europe. That was a myth which they consciously propagated. They knew that after an exhausting war, the last thing the Russian people would ever go for, or the Russian leaders themselves would ever go for, was another war. There was no sense, they had no interest in such a war. The war they fought against Germany was defensive, and they wanted to rebuild their country. That was a myth that was consciously propagated, that if we don't stop them, if we don't build NATO, if we don't double, triple, quadruple our defense forces, the Ruskies will be marching under the Arc de Triomphe. The point of all of what I've said so far is just to point out to you that the Cold War did not begin in 1947, but it began in 1917.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about the Cold War. Your Nana's watching. He said, hell yeah, it is. It can be fun. It can be fun. Always be careful, right? We go a little bit too far. I'm not going to like it in chat. I'll time out people that make jokes that I think are homophobic. Don't be homophobic in chat. Don't be mean to people. I'm just throwing that right up. We like gay people. We think gay people are valid, and gay rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. I think it's valid for people to get, like, trans health care. I think everybody deserves something like that because it is, gender dysphoria is a real illness, and the cure for that is gender-affirming surgery. Yeah, my brother Cosmic. They getting brother. I'm just throwing it out. Just saying caution. Just administer caution. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, we're getting out to now talking about, like, yeah, the Cold War really does start just because of the emergence of a Bolshevik state, right? The Bolshevik state being one that's like more of a socialist state, or one that's dictated as a proletariat-like nation, right? One that is more specifically dedicated to administering its funding to its people and the endowment of, like, betterment for society as a whole, as opposed to capitalist industries of people who can extract wealth from working bases, right? Which is very much what America was built for. My bad, I'm gay, though. That's a wild take. What's a wild take? What, to just be careful and don't be homophobic? Don't be homophobic. Don't be homophobic. It's okay. There's some jokes that are funny, but there's a line. It's simple. All right, Cosmic Master Spy, you're good. You're good. You keep going. You're good. You're good. Fucking Or are you saying it's a wild take? It is simple. It's simple. It is simple. We've got the chat delay right now. I wonder what you guys are responding to. I keep going forward and then the chat responds. Maybe it gets me pulled backwards. It's okay. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, the Cold War starts the second that there's the emergence of a Bolshevist state. A Bolshevist state that's not an explicitly capitalist state that's endowed for people to, like, make money off of other people. Remember, United States was made. It was originally a slave state. It was. It was made with that in mind. It was made for, equal rights for everybody. I'm glad you agree, Sharky. Made with equal rights for everybody across the board. And it was not including basically everybody who wasn't a straight white landowning male, right? That's equal rights across the board, according to the founding fathers of America. You know what I mean? The Bolsheviks didn't believe similar things to that, right? And you could definitely critique how the communist nation plays out, right? Especially whenever you get Stalin into power, and then you get Lyshenkoism and, like, crop administration. Oh, is that the wild take with the socks on being gay? If you keep your socks on, is it really gay? No, it's not. We said that already. That's true. Anyways, yeah, he's about to go into it.
that the Cold War has been going on even before the Russian Revolution, in the sense that the U.S. has been consciously, and other Western countries have been consciously suppressing any kind of revolutionary forces. When Ronald Reagan says that we've got to stop the Sandinistas and overthrow them because they are an extension of Soviet power, we might ask ourselves, we've been in Nicaragua 11 times, and at least 5 of those times there was no Soviet Union. We've invaded Costa Rica, we've invaded Haiti, we've invaded Mexico, and there wasn't the Soviet Union. We invaded these countries long before there was a Soviet Union. It's not that they're surrogates of the USSR, but that they are developing revolutionary movements which will bring a competing social order, one that will use the land, the labor, the resources, technology, and capital in a different way, for social need, communally, for nonprofit, public sector development, rather than for private capital accumulation. This would mean the death of capitalism, of that class with its power and privileges, with life as they love it, and hold it, and will fight tooth and nail to defend it. As Mrs. Bush said, we enjoy our wealth.
It's about the nationalization of industry, man. Kissing the homies goodnight is just being a good friend. Bro, that's what I'm saying. We're going to cuddle on the phone, the homies. And that's honestly, you know what I mean? I think that that normalizing male contact between one another, right? Like hugging your bros, no matter what. Communism is bullshit. It will never withstand Chernobyl. Capitalism is the best way society will run. It's been tried and nothing else works. All right. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Cosmic Master Spy. You're very wrong, but so what we're looking at right now, the difference between governments that we're talking about, right? And the important difference between government structures that you want to look at. The idea that capitalist structures are the only one and communism has been tried, right? Well, no, communism has existed since basically 1917. October Revolution. That's what he's talking about here. That was the start of the Cold War. That was the war, the fight between basically American capitalist hegemony and the new emergence of a socialist Bolshevik state. The Bolshevik state being one that administers itself in more of a nationalistic way. We nationalize certain industries, more or less all industries, right? So that way it's run in a way that is democratically run for the people, ideally speaking. We can admit we could talk that that's not the way that the USSR necessarily plays out, but we can also talk about a lot of the benefits that the USSR creates. You know, they had the highest literacy rate in women during their tenure, despite the fact that it fractured as a state. And you could talk about a lot of the reasons why it fractured as a state. You know, during its entire period of existence, it was competing with the American superpower that had about 100 years on it, that had also been overthrowing governments that were just trying it for existing. And that's what he's talking about. You move to Vietnam, China, Laos, or Cuba, all countries that we've been to war with. Why do we go to war with those countries? Why do we blockade them? Why do we administer mad sanctions on them? Mad sanctions are absolutely economic warfare. Sanctions are what you do when you don't want a country to get medicine in. Sanctions are the reason that Cuba right now is not able to keep lights on in hospitals, but because of the specificity of the sanctions saying oil can go to privately owned businesses, they're able to keep the lights on in hotels, but not hospitals. That's not because of the Cuban government, even though there's elements of corruption within them. That is because of American sanctions. We're the ones that are making the nurses in Cuba go and manually pump the ventilators for dying babies. That's what we're doing right now. And why? Because Cuba's existed for the whole time, despite the fact that we've had sanctions on them for 67 years? Damn, sounds like communism doesn't work. Okay. Fucking hell. Hey, Cosmic, what do you think of the invasion of Iran? What do you think of that? Do you think it's a good move? Do you think it's a good foreign policy move? Why do you think we're doing that? Let me know your thoughts. Why do you think that's going on right now? This is all stuff that we can analyze and we can talk about in chat right here. This is important stuff, man. It's good that we got to work through it. But what do you think of Iran? Tell me, give me some thoughts. I don't think I'm going to break through to this guy, but maybe I can gently push the issue to other people who aren't as thick. But I do want to have this conversation with somebody that's this thick. I haven't done it yet. I don't know. Seems fun, you know? Then we'll get back to Yellow Perenni. Boot leather tastes too good to this dude. I know. It's probably like, Iranians want America to invade. I'm pissed that I have to pay more for gas, but that's it, man. America, fuck yeah, coming to save the motherfucking world, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you literally do think that we're like doing regime change there. Okay. So yeah. This might not be the stream for you, friend. But by all means, stick around because we're gonna try to do some education. And if you've got an open mind and an open heart, right? You know. Yeah. But no, if you think that the America is doing world police out of like the goodness out of his own heart, you're Canadian. Yellow Perenni.
The U.S. empire at the end of World War II replaced Britain. The Brits were eased out of Iran. British oil companies were replaced by American oil companies. British sugar companies in Honduras were eased out by American sugar companies.
Yeah, World War II is really the thing that like fractures Britain as a world superpower, as like the big economic like imperialist force, and then it becomes America. I mean, it just shifted hands pretty much.
And America also picked up the tab. America built a basis, an American empire, over 2,000 bases around the world, including about 300 major ones. American fleets are on every ocean. American planes fly the skies over every continent, almost. And so we see enormous investment in the third world, and with that enormous investment since World War II, an enormous growth in poverty. Now that's a new...
When he says investment in the third world, does he mean investment in the extraction of the third world? Because that is generally where third worldism comes from, is the over-extraction of resources to prop up the profiteering of capital, right? Like, we need shit from places. We need shit from places to sell things to people to make money, right? In layman's terms, you know? And we take that shit from places, from people who have shit, and those people don't have shit anymore, and we call them third world countries. That's what he's saying when he's prioritizing the third world. He's not saying like we're like sending them aid or anything.
Usual, and that really goes against the accepted ideology, which is that attract investments in here because that'll bring prosperity and jobs, all that sort of thing. But what investment has brought to
Hello,
Haiti
Harry Bum.
is the immiseration of the small Haitian farmers. What investment...
Dude, it is $3.40 in Orlando right now, or $4.30, not $3.40. Jesus, $4.30, $4.30 a gallon right now. Shit, you don't want to go to? Okay. Hello, Hart. Yeah, welcome in.
Investment has brought in Latin America and most other countries has been the displacement of the peasantry, their proletarianization. They're being thrown into shanty towns to suffer poverty wages or chronic underemployment. What investment has brought with it also is increasing illiteracy, sickness, disease, poverty, and a dislocation and disfranchisement. A growing foreign debt and indebtedness, growing investment for cash crops. By the way, that's what the whole Mexican Revolution was about.
Mm-hmm.
Was the land going to belong to the Mexicans so they could grow beans and alfalfa and feed their people? Or was the land going to belong to the big sugar companies and latifundio owners so they could grow sugar to export as a cash crop to make more money, to yet make more money, or coffee or whatever else?
Prices are up, man.
And with that growth, with that investment comes...
And just think, like, we're talking about, like, the global prices of fuel right now. We're having that conversation in our chat, and that's what much of, like, the global economy is dictating. But, like, whenever the Mexican Revolution was happening, like, what he's talking about, like, it was, you know, so much of the world was still on horseback. Like, the global price of fuel was just kind of, like, a non-issue, right? But, like, you know, it becomes sugar, right? That's what the Boston Tea Harbor wasn't sugar, but, like, yeah, let me just get it out my backyard. Like, damn, if you find oil in your backyard, they're going to get invaded, dog. He could have given this lecture yesterday, and the things that he's talking about, he's bringing up older concepts from like 100 years prior, and they're still the like exact same amount of relevant as when he's saying them, and they're the still like the sugar bit. The oil revolution happens over sugar, and then the Iranian revolution in the 70s happens over oil. Well, happens for a lot of reasons. It also happens for the Shah, but that's one of the big global effects and the outcroppings from it, right? And you can definitely tie that back as being one of the primary reasons that that whole revolution happens in the first place. This is, this is materialism. It's material. It's the movement of materials. It's the extraction of things from places that people have so that a dude gets really fucking rich and makes a Nazi robot on Twitter. I don't know.
A dislocation in the structure of the third world country, so that the whole infrastructure of it gets built around capitalist extraction, capital extraction.
Let the past be the past, but with fucking like 10 billion different people have the quote attributed to them, but like history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme though,
Economist Ray Brown, when he went to Cuba before the revolution, it was in 1958, he was there about a year or so before, was impressed by how every major road he saw went from a sugar plantation to a refinery to the seaport.
Mm-hmm.
While there were whole communities without roads, that couldn't get to doctors, that couldn't have schools, couldn't see a...
Still have to get that Google at the ready whenever I listen to Perenni. We've already Googled things earlier because I've forgotten specific dates. I have spent a lot of time educating myself on at least 20th century history. My knowledge gets a little bit lost whenever we get to 19th century and prior, but I know some things. I know a lot of things, but I love these kinds of lectures. These are very fun to do and talk about on stream. Forgive me if I'm pausing too much over him, but I think I've got good stuff to say. And we will be hitting the Google because I don't know everything. I'm still have some disconnections I need to connect. We all need to learn together, right? And that's what we're doing.
Priest, the sugar companies had their roads. And when you send foreign aid to those countries, 9 out of 10 of those dollars goes to build the infrastructure to subsidize the capital investment of the private corporations, or to pay for the police and the army of that country, not to defend it from foreign invasion.
But the police protect you if you get robbed. No, just like always in history, the police exist to serve capital and to fucking reinforce their interests. Discussion is arguably more important than the lecture, so I'm good. Hell yeah. Hey, we're having a conversation about it. I feel like I'm at my best when I put it into layman terms. Whenever I can put it into terms of like the shit's here and the people want that shit and there's people who have that shit, but then other people take that shit. I feel like that's when I'm at my best. You gotta take smart comments, make them dumb, right? Like, or smart concepts, make them dumb. You know what I mean? Because words are just words. Words are tools. Words are tools to convey concepts.
Because Uruguay is not going to invade Bolivia. Because Taiwan isn't going to be invaded by the Philippines.
Mm-mm.
But they need those big armies to defend their rulers from their own people, because those people are in such a state of immiseration. So that's where our foreign aid goes. And as someone once said, foreign aid is when the poor people, that's us, of a rich country, give money to the rich people of a poor country.
Thank you again, Proletarian Pro. Gassing me up. I appreciate it.
And when Kenneth Boulding gets up and he says, an economist, and you can see when you get brilliant people like Kenneth Boulding speaking so naively, you can see the troubles you get into.
Yeah, absolutely, Habib Amro Soliman. Palestinian prisoners, stop their execution, save them, speak out about them. Did you guys hear about? We can stop for just a second to talk about this because this is a new thing that just came up. We can mention this. Israel's just could have said this. This guy could have said this something like that. Well, he said this in fact 40 years ago. This is 1986. Palestinian prisoners stop their execution. Yeah. The execution law, the one where they're allowed to execute terrorists, right? Or they're finding new laws where they're able to execute people on their land for like extra. The New York Times reported on it saying, critics of this new bill are saying that it excludes Jews from the execution list. And then if you go into, and it's like, why are you using that language specifically? Like, again, it's... We'll talk about it in a sec. You go into the Israeli Times, if you go into the Times of Israel, the way that their own country is talking about it, they're like, yes, this excludes Israeli citizens from the law. They can't be executed under this law, just external people, which, you know, if you know about the legal classification, I'm trying to hear this yellow man. Oh, come on, King Sharky. This is fun. If you listen to the law, the way that they determine their citizenry, right? If you were like a legal citizen of Israel, and more or less why they're an apartheid state, you were considered legally a Jew, right? And that's if your mom is Jewish, if your mom has the legal Jew status, right? And then everybody else who is not a Jew, under the legal definition of what they have in Israeli, like common law, everyone else is an Arab. Just legally speaking, right? Which is an apartheid state. That sounds like apartheid. That sounds like supremacy, and that sounds like an apartheid state, man. Yeah, man. Fuck that. I don't know. It's not going to be a free Palestine until there's one state with equal democratic rights for all. And that is the obvious answer, right? And they're like, well, we've tried that. When it was the British Mandate of Palestine, when it was another colonial exploitation project. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, come on. No, one state, equal democratic rights for all. We don't get to have apartheids on this planet. That's not... I'm sorry. Apartheids don't work. We've tried them before. Guess what you have to do to get an apartheid state? You have to kill all the people that are there that aren't the race you want. Because you can ask them nicely to leave, but what happens when they say no, right? Like, fucking hell, man.
The swamps you go into, the baby talk silliness you get into when you think without Marx, when you think without class analysis. And Kenneth Boulding says, one of America's leading economists, he says, empire is irrational because it costs more than what we get out of it. The British, it cost them more in India than what they got out of it. The American investment in the Philippines is only about $3.5 billion, but we had to give them about $6 billion in aid. It costs us more than what we get out of it. And
fucking how much have we already spent on Iran, right? What did Trump say during the fucking Iran thing last night? He was like, we're not spending on healthcare. We're not spending on daycare. We've got other things to spend on. We've got wars to deal with. We have wars to deal with, you say? He said this, and then he said this in interviews like a year ago. Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't need to change at all. All right, welcome back, Charlie. Welcome in. Good to see you again. It's been a while since you've been in our chat, but thanks for rejoining. We're watching Michael Parenti today. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's the same as, like, System of a Down is fucking great. We were talking about them earlier in chat, but, like, you listen to their stuff, and they're talking a lot about not only, like, the Armenian genocide that happened in the late 19th, early 20th century, but they're also talking about, like, the fucking Iraq war and the invasion of Iraq. They're talking about that shit. Lies from the tablecloth. They're like, well, they're critiquing people who would rather be talking about, like, tablecloth issues as opposed to, you know, the war that we're in. Yeah, Shark was just asking why he didn't say this stuff in today, and I'm like, he absolutely did. He did. He does. Oh, okay, got it. I understand. Why is he just saying something now? Yeah. Yeah, so these lessons just become timeless in the same way that System of a Down albums become very much more listenable as time goes on. And it's like, oh, fuck, we're still at war in the Middle East. Why did we arrange shit this way? Why?
50 million.
that's when you think without a class analysis. Because as we know, as you're going to know before the evening's over...
You're good, Sharky. Thank you for being here.
It's very
also, thank you for joining. Welcome in Opium 808. That's going pretty good. We're doing some Yellow Parenti today, learning about class consciousness, dialectical materialism, free philosopher. Thank you for saying this is funny. Thank you for joining the chat. We like talking about our stuff. We like our materialism here. That's what we're all into. A little bit of a learning club, right? We'll keep going. We'll keep going.
But the people who have the $3 billion investment aren't the same ones as the people who paid the $6 billion. As Thorsten Veblen said back in 1909, and Boulding should have read him even if he is a Marxist, as Veblen said, the wealth that's extracted from imperialism goes into the coffers of the select few, whereas the costs of empire are paid out of the common treasure of the people. And so it was with the British Empire in India. It was the Brits, the ordinary working people, who paid for the cost of empire. It was the Bank of England and the East India Trading Company that got the cream.
Right. You extract resources, you extract the wealth, right? That is obviously a very heavily monetary gain if you can be at the top of that, but you have to be able to expend resources to extract that wealth. Where does war come from, right? System of a Down. Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? Oh, you mean like tariffs? What? Fuck!
And so with the Philippines...
You see him getting worked up, and then I see myself, I'm like, oh, he's getting funny, he's getting worked up, and then I talk about it for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, God damn it!
Right? Of course, with a good skim to your collaborator, your comprador there, what he got just in shoes. For his wife. God knows his shoes for his girlfriends. Okay.
Bro's
Another
hitting the
resource
yucks right
in the third
now.
world that attracts capital investment. And you say to yourself, what is that mysterious resource? I'm looking at El Salvador, right? And I'm looking at the companies that are in El Salvador. And I look and I see Pillsbury, Procter & Gamble, U.S. Steel, Continental, ITT, Firestone, Ford. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, what the hell's in El Salvador? A little sugar, bananas. What are all these companies doing there? What they're doing is they're manufacturing everything from energy rods to baking powder, from auto tires to computers. They're in El Salvador because of a very precious resource in El Salvador, which is the cheap labor, which is paying people 50 cents an hour. Instead of having to pay auto workers $15.
He does look a little bit radioactive. That's because it was in the 80s. Everything had a radioactive glow on it. That was just endemic to that era. It's like how before 1950, everything was in black and white. They didn't invent the color yet, but in the 80s, like they had color, but it was just mostly green. Actually yellow. He's yellow perenni.
An hour. Up here, you go down there and you pay them
iPhones weren't as good back then.
50 cents an hour.
That's a good one.
That becomes a very attractive thing. And you go to South Korea. New York Times had a story about the
serious, they're
South
going
Korean
glass.
farm girls who work in the textile companies. Companies that used to be in New England until they moved south. And then when the Southern workers unionized, they moved to South Korea, where there's a nice fascist little country where if the workers try to unionize, they get beaten up and thrown in jail or they get shot dead.
Also, why does South Korea exist? I mean, well, the same reason that South Vietnam doesn't exist. You know, we went to war with North Korea, or we went to war with Korea and, you know, tried to institute like a KMT-style Asian government on that side of the world that... I won't get too far into that. I get out of my depth a little bit on Asian history, but you know it is yeah.
And the Korean farm.
We did genocide to the North Koreans, man. We killed so many civilians during that war. The way that we conduct warfare is atrocious. We love to bomb civilians. We have bombed civilians in almost every war that we've been in, that we've had bombs, which is basically every war since World War II. And in almost every single account, you generally tend to find that whenever you drop bombs on civilians, it actually makes them want to fight you more. Think about it. I'm in a house, hanging out, and my president that I don't like very much, he's like maybe like rabble-rousing, like going to war and getting all wacky and stuff. Oh, my webcam lagged. Oh, whoops. Right? I say I don't like my president. I disagree with my president. I got a bunch of bad stuff. But then say an opposing country comes and drops a bomb on my house and fucking kills my family. Hiroshima and Nagasaki aren't good examples of dropping bombs on a citizen leading to like pacification of the populace. In fact, if you look at the civilian attitudes towards America post World War II and the Pacific Theater, it generally seems that that made things worse, and it was more or less a benefit for the Japanese prime minister at the time to accept that this was because of the atomic bombing and not because they were losing in the warfare, because if they attribute it to the atomic bombing, then they were able to surrender to America, and not also from the North, right? They did not want to become communist at the end of the war. That was a big thing, right? And if they had continued fighting the war and they were angry against America and they positioned themselves against the American imperialists, then they would have had to align themselves with the communists, and they didn't want to be communists. They didn't want to do that. So they were like, well, it was the atomic bomb. And there's a lot of evidence for that point of view. We fight wars with rules. Imagine if we were to crop dust our enemies with polonium and just walk away. Their great-grandchildren would be mutants in a bad way. I mean, do we fight wars with rules? We target civilians pretty constantly. We target, zones that you're not supposed to... we do war crimes. We did war crimes in the 70s. We did war crimes in the 80s. We did war crimes in the 90s. We do war crimes almost every time we fight a war. I don't know if America being the most moral nation to fight a war is the attitude that you would want to take for that. We killed 1.5 million Iraqis earlier in this fucking millennium. We break the rules of warfare constantly. That is not... America's not necessarily the example you want to go for if you want to talk about, ruled warfare. And I'm not saying that there's really a great example that you can even point to, right? Hey man, when the Red Army fought up with those National Socialist fellows, they weren't too nice to them. But we literally just committed war crimes in Venezuela waters 3 months ago. Yeah, we were bombing the fishing boats. Yeah, it's not the angle you want to take, that America's the most moral nation, right? Us world police, every country breaks the rules. All right. We double tap fishermen because of alleged drug running, right? And then, am I a feminized American male? Yeah, I got tits. Sure do. I am gay too. Anyways, Soledad soldier. All right. Nah, you look at the way America conducts its warfare, and you look at the way American conducts its foreign policy, and it's basically the same. We're aggressive on foreign policy whenever we're dealing with other countries. That's why we bar out countries that aren't immediately ready to go to bat with us in the economic sector, right? If they want to do something like nationalize their oil and not allow a bunch of oil companies to come in, we get to go to war with them for the whole century, right? Thinks I'm cute? Hell yeah. Give me a kiss, baby. Yeah, but and so if you look at that foreign policy and say, wow, what an aggressive country, and then you also look at the amount of civilians that we bomb in every war that we go into, and then you look at us complaining about getting hit by terrorists. No, you look at it that way, which is a disgrace. Okay. All right. Oh, well, then you don't like this chat. Get out. Anyways, we'll keep it up with Yellow Parenti because I think he's so hot.
Girls in those textile compounds are working for 18 cents an hour. 18 cents an hour for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
God damn.
No time off. And if you want a day off, you work a double shift if you want to go see your family again on the farm. And they live in compounds. That's the Industrial Revolution. That's 1870s. But that's big profit. And that's what they call capital investment, development.
USA's fighting with kid gloves? Is that why all of our U.S. military bases keep getting taken out by drones in the Gulf states? Is that why we did a decapitation strike where we assassinated a head of state? What are you talking about? Also, we're bad at fighting defensive wars, it seems like.
Friendly nation, staunch ally, good relations. Stabilization, stability. And General Motors, when they tell you, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, there's sexism. I sound like a female college professor? I sound like a female college professor?
Sexism. They said you were feminized.
I know, a feminized... That was I wanted him to call out, I don't know. I wanted him to say some other shit, but we're putting you in timeout, bud. Get the hell out of my chat. Do you want to make any valid points, or do you just do a poor job at attacking somebody's appearance? I have long hair, and that means that you shouldn't listen to any of the points that I'm making, because I don't know what I'm talking about, because women have long hair, and women don't know what they're talking about. Everybody knows that. Fucking stupid. Get the hell out of my chat. I want to be Hassan Piker so badly. That's cute. No, I want to learn about materialism and better my understanding of the world we live in. I want to understand the political world that we're in, and also, it doesn't seem like you have a good understanding of where the war with Iran's going. If Trump pulls out right now, we lose the Strait of Hormuz. We don't get to pull out of this conflict on good terms for America right now. We only get to leave on terms that are favorable for Iran. America's not fighting with kid gloves. We're fighting with a dunce cap, dude. We're fighting with a fucking, like, we're fighting with our pants down and our dick in our butts, bro. It's bad for us right now. You're looking pretty silly by defending the position that we're in with this war. I'm not gonna lie.
That they've got to pave over Detroit and they've got to close down factories because the cars aren't selling.
Can you show off
as
your
well
purse
as
you
they
made?
should.
Come show it off on stream. Look what my girlfriend made, you guys. Nobody wants to be Hassan Piker.
I made it from jeans. And then I just put a liner in it today. From another purse.
Yeah, she took that and she made a purse out of jeans, and she took a purse lining from another purse and put it in there. Fighting with a dunce cap. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Talking shit on us. Talking shit on the United States. How dare you talk shit on my country, boy? That's my favorite country in the world because I live there and I haven't been to any other ones, and I don't like the food from there. I mostly eat dinosaur chicken nuggets, which is about most American food you can eat. Jesus loves you. Thank you. Jesus probably loves you too. I assume. That's how he works, right?
What they don't tell you is that in the last 10 years, General Motors has opened up a dozen
that's my
new
favorite
factories.
part.
It's like a butt.
It's just a jean pocket I sewed on the back of it, and it's where I put my phone.
It's because girls don't have pockets unless they're in a purse. Because they don't make them. Why? Thanks for being here, Proletarian Pride. It's been a pleasure having you in the chat as always. Yellow Perennial's the way. Have I really never left America? No, I've left America. I was making a joke. I was doing an Alex Jones voice, and I was making fun of things. No, I've left America. I'm super open globally. I was being sarcastic. I'm a. It's true. No, I've only been to a few places outside of America. I'd love to go further though. I'd love to go to Asia. I'd love to go to India. I'd love to go to any of the Eastern countries. Maybe when there's not a war on. But that's not their fault. Obviously, that's. You know. No, I've been outside of the country. I think the world's an amazing and beautiful place, and I'm getting a little stir crazy in this country, even though the country's big, right? No, you're good. Don't worry about it, man. I'm happy to explain myself. If I ever say something that's unclear, please ask me for clarification. I am so happy to clarify my positions on things. You know, this is call and response. We're nice and interactive here, and I love talking to chat. You guys are fun to talk to, unless you're that one guy I had to put in timeout, but he just said some weird stuff, so don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
In other countries for the reasons I've just talked about. So here's another resource. This, in fact, is the key resource, the resource which
Netherlands
is the
are
source
cool.
of wealth, along with natural resources, which is labor. Because one thing about labor, it's one of the commodities of production. It's the one commodity that does not use up its own value entirely in that process of production. It creates wealth.
Right. Okay, right, sorry. So we just got back into it. We got pulled from that conversation. Now we're getting pulled back into the Parenti. Right, now this is labor theory, right? We're talking about materialism, right? Generally, the material interests of countries are going to be to go into other countries to extract resources from things. That's how you get into, like, fucking the Dole Fruit Company, you know, Hawaii, all of the countries that have been, like, routinely fracked for, like, material resources, right? And there's other material resources that you can extract from places, but labor should be treated as a similar resource, right? Because it doesn't have, like, material associated with it except for the human cost, the human life that is obviously providing that labor, but it is still something that can be extracted at a rate that will you know, violate human rights in a lot of ways is what he's talking about, and that's when he was going into the 18 cents a day, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, whack ass shit, man.
Now, there's another development, though, that's come with all of this. And that other development is that revolutionary movements have been emerging all around the world, these competing social orders. And so they must be targeted. Now, the United States has given a number of reasons for why, Ronald Reagan has most vividly recently, for why we must go on with our military buildup and our intervention in third world.
Okay, but before he gets into that, like, so you will hear business people talk about this, right, whenever they're considering opening up business places, right, and whenever they're looking for prospects for getting labor out of things. I remember there were people I knew who were interested in getting into textile, and the person who wanted to get into it wanted to get into more of like a home-based textile sort of thing where they were just like sewing stuff and selling it on the internet. The other person was like, well, no, you should like outsource the labor. You can get really cheap labor from China. Or at least that was this was years ago at the time when it was still vastly cheaper, and I'm sure that there's still elements of it where it will be cheaper, right? But insofar as like, you know, you have to move the position of where you're doing business so that you can get cheaper labor, because the government or the state that's in that area has less of an ability to control the specific labor laws. Right? Like if there's like really stringent labor laws, like people got to get paid fucking this much. They have to have this much vacation time a year. They have to have like healthcare and insurances. Of course, businesses aren't naturally going to want to like support going to places like that. And government systems that are more likely to set themselves up like that are probably going to be ones that are nationalized and ones that are traditionally communist, or at least get the accusation of being communist from the United States affiliated countries. And those are the countries we end up going to war with, or also the countries that we are exploiting currently in that moment for labor and resources. That's capitalism.
Why we must attack countries like Nicaragua, why we must oppose guerrilla movements in El Salvador, why we must try to overthrow Afghanistan, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau.
So all these guerrilla movements just want to shoot up goddamn fucking assholes and putting them down.
And various other countries where the forces of social change are taking place. And the reason they give is the freedom of the people there for democracy. We are in Central America to defend democracy. Well, a moment's reflection would raise some serious questions about that hypothesis, because it becomes clear that in fact the U.S. government has a record in recent years of overthrowing democracies. In Chile, Salvador Allende, elected in a free and open election, was overthrown. 10,000 people were executed. Tens of thousands of others were driven into exile.
Yeah, Salvador Allende in Chile, he wanted to nationalize his oil industry, and then there was a movement, it was a little radical movement that was a right-wing movement that was backed by the American CIA that assassinated him, and then they put in fucking, oh god damn it, what was the name? Batista was not the name. That was, why can't I remember the Chilean dictator? Does it start with a P? Is the one Margaret Thatcher buys death squads. Is Hitler from another universe? No, my friend, it's much scarier than that. He's from our universe. He's a human. He is a human being with human values that became as horrific as he was as a result of systems. Systems and incentives. And the systems and incentives may not have been fixed after World War II. He's from the Spider-Verse. I don't like Spider Hitler. That's bad. That seems like, I don't know. Maybe that's funny, actually. Yeah, I've come around on Spider Hitler. He can sling webs and take the Sudetenland. Hit it with a fa. Silly. No, Hitler's from our universe. Hitler could be any of us. Hitler is something that you could become if you are uneducated enough. Spider-Man, far away from friendly lines. Oh no. Spider-Man, far from the Eastern Front.
Others have been put in prison and you have one of the worst fascist dictatorships, all with the support of the United States, which after Allende's election cut off all aid except to the Chilean military. In Guatemala in 1954,
God damn it, we're gonna figure out what the anti-communist. Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Anti-communism in Chile. And then fascism in Chile. I bet it come up when I look at that. Is it a P in it? Ah! We're gonna find it. We're gonna find out what this guy's name is. Chilean dictator. Pinochet. Augusto Pinochet. Eminem didn't die. No, Eminem's still alive. Nice try, though. Yeah, it was Pinochet. Pinochet was brutal. He was known for throwing communists and generally, like... What's Anne Frank's gaslight? God damn. Not that funny. Do better. Do better. That's your last one of those jokes. The next joke that goes a step farther than that gets you put in timeout, friend. Don't go too far or nothing. Don't go too far.
The Arbenz government was instituted, and Arbenz
Hi, Don.
legalized all student organizations.
Welcome,
Students
FNAF
were very powerful.
fan.
The first
FNAF
democratically
fan.
elected governor,
FNAF fan.
President of Guatemala. Arbenz legalized trade unions, opposition newspapers, and...
You know, I've heard that a lot tonight. Everyone keeps telling me that. I guess.
Then he started doing some very dangerous things. He began to nationalize the unused land of United Fruit Company. And that's when U.S. corporations and the CIA went in and overthrew Arbenz. And that's a matter of public record, by the way. The CIA, the Eisenhower administration, admits that. Eisenhower proudly boasted of how the CIA overthrew Arbenz because he was a serious leftist influence. And so with Mossadegh in Iran, so with Gulad in Brazil, so with Bosch in the Dominican Republic, so with a variety of other democratic leaders, at least 6 or 7 in Latin America, who were overthrown and generals brought in with the aid and assistance of the U.S. government. So it can't be that we're there to foster democracy. We seem to also make war against democracy. And in addition, we support some of the worst dictators. If Reagan is really against tyranny, if he really hates tyranny, why doesn't he send freedom fighters into Paraguay or Chile or South Africa? Why doesn't he start sabotaging there, putting a squeeze on them?
Because he's in favor of them. He makes money off of all those
In fact,
dictators.
the whole fight with Libya might be less of a mystery if you understand that really the worst thing about Colonel Gaddafi, who is a kind of a strange guy in some ways.
Gaddafi was weird.
But not as strange as the media has made him out. He has called, you know, and you don't know this, most of you who laugh, he has called repeatedly for negotiations between him and Reagan, for peaceful negotiations, for peaceful settlement of all disputes, and the Reagan administration has repeatedly rebuffed those overtures. That isn't put in the press. I'm not blaming you for not knowing it. You're not going to read it in that rag that I saw out there, that Colorado thing that said, terrorist targets hit...
Love the 80s call newspapers a rag. That rag you read out there. God damn, that that's a relic. I love that.
In Libya. He has done that, and he's done some other things which make him really dangerous. It's not the terrorism. It's not the attack on the Vienna and Berlin airports, for which they have no proof that Libya was involved, and which they have proof that the terrorists came out of Syria. The troublesome thing about Gaddafi is that when he took over in 1969, he took over a country that was like Saudi Arabia, a country of mass misery, a lot of rich oil that went into the pockets of a few rich, And when his colonel's revolution took over, they got rid.
And why we're always talking about Saudi oil billionaires. It's still the same way. You know, they basically have a monarchy system in Saudi Arabia right now, and we're pretty much in cahoots with them. You'll hear from people who are like Western supporters. They're like, well, they're very friendly in Saudi Arabia, and they literally employ people without paying them in that section of the earth. There's a lot of like slavery that happens in Saudi Arabia right now, Dubai in particular, which is not Saudi Arabia, but that's not Saudi Arabia, but Dubai is a different area of that same sect of the Gulf that is also controlled by large oil billionaires. I know it's not Saudi Arabia, but
Of the rich, they took all their extra houses and gave them to the poor. They put out a land reform program. They put out a public free school program. They started a national health medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. He planted 40 million trees and started massive irrigation and ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world. He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenues and reinvested them into the needs of his own people, and the per capita earnings of the Libyan people are the highest in the Arab world, the highest in the third world. You didn't hear that in the media, did you? You didn't hear that on Dan Rather's Tonight.
as those things don't necessarily affect GDP, and that's the only thing that American interests care about for the most part. And GDP does not equate to quality of
And the
life.
Q comes, and you
know
know the
that.
Q when Reagan says Gaddafi is a tyrant over his own people, like the Sandinistas are tyrants over their people, like Allende was a tyrant over the Chilean people. The minute they start social reforms, the minute they start tampering with our oil, our bananas, our sugar, our copper, our iron, our bauxite, why, they're tyrants. The second myth that's given to us is that these revolutionary governments are hostile to us. And that's why we oppose them. Right-wing dictatorships get along with us. They're friendly to us. Why is that, though?
Why
What
is
it
that?
about right-wing dictatorships that make them so friendly? What are they being so friendly about? What is the community of interest that they have? I'd already explained it, I believe. It's a common class interest. And the left-wing guys come in, but they're hostile to us. Well, that doesn't really seem to be true, though. The first thing these left-wing governments do when they come into power is ask for friendly diplomatic and economic relations with the U.S.
Just like the Soviet
Certainly that's
Union.
what the Sandinistas did. They honored the debt that swindler Somoza ran up, and they asked for closer economic relations. That's what the Cubans want. Every socialist country, from a huge power like the Soviet Union to a small power like Vietnam or Cuba, to a micro power like
We even
Grenada
have
under
trade
the New Deal
negotiations
movement,
with
every
Vietnam
single one of
today.
them asked
Sanctions
for
we put
more
on them, but-
trade, normal political, economic, and diplomatic relations with the United States. Not necessarily out of love, but because they saw it in their self-interest, because their interest was to develop their own economies.
Everybody's
and to have
working out of their
peace
own
and security
self-interest, man. And socialist states aren't just interested in alienating themselves on the world stage just to be a socialist for ideological purposes. They want an economic relationship with the United States. Cuba does, fucking Iran did, right? But we locked them out because they were opposed to our government structures because of the oil interests, the interests of the people who were not a socialist state. Iran's not a socialist state, but Iran wasn't compatible with like economic interests from the United States, right? They were more interested in having their own sect where their governments were in control of the oil output from that area. It's the OPEC thing, right? Iran's not socialist, but they're not with the American economic interests, and that's why it's always been a point of contention that we were the ones to go in and then frack them for it. It's not that we care about how brutal their government is. We don't give a shit about that, especially not the American politicians. They're going to put in a government that's just as brutal, if not more brutal. That's how it goes. And we're not going to put in a new government. I don't think we're winning this war. Whatever.
Their borders, to invest less in military defense. There was even an article on that in the New York Times in which Fidel Castro makes that point. We want to spend less on our military defense. It doesn't make sense to the Cubans. Why must they go 16,000 miles away to Japan to buy school buses? That's where the Cubans get them. They go 16,000 miles away when they could buy them right from Florida, 90 miles away. Why must they get their medical supplies from China and Czechoslovakia when they could get them from the U.S.?
That's still
Cuba
happening.
has the largest import tonnage costs of any country in the world because of the U.S. blockade, boycott, So it's very much in their interest to cultivate friendlier relations. There's a substantive thing there, much firmer than love. No one's claiming they love us. And love, after all, you know, is a volatile emotion. It comes and goes. Much firmer than love is self-interest, and therefore the basis for some kind of normal relations with those countries. No, my friends, it's really the Reagan administration that runs with terror whenever there's the first sign of friendliness from a socialist or revolutionary country. Reagan, as Tom Wicker said, in regards to the Soviet Union, for instance, in armaments, Reagan will not take yes for an answer. The final reason given is that we must contain the red tide. You heard that March speech by Ronald Reagan, vintage stuff, where he talked about a red tide lapping our border if we allowed Nicaragua to sustain the kind of government that its people have
Domino
chosen
theory.
in free and open elections.
You learned about this in history
If we allow
class.
that, our own security is at risk. And you can see that superpower 60,000-man army of the Sandinistas cutting a swath up through Guatemala, Mexico, Texas, right up here into the heartland, right into Boulder, Colorado, dancing with your daughter and your sister. Do we want that?
Not the wretched communists, not the feminized males.
I hear they're good dancers.
They're good dancers.
The image of that tiny nation of 3 million being a threat to us, you know, reminds me of the Vietnam War. We used to hear that same stuff. We say, if we don't fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, we'll have to be fighting them on the shores of California. And Walter Lippmann said, the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming across the Pacific and taking California is an insult to the U.S. Navy. It's very hard to convince the American people that they should send their sons, and maybe, who knows, someday even their daughters, to go fight and die in some jungle to make the world safe for United Fruit Company or Chase Manhattan or Procter & Gamble or ITT. So you say it's to stop the threat of that communist country. It's very hard to convince the American people that a tiny country like Nicaragua or Vietnam or El Salvador is a threat to U.S. security. So you say it's not Nicaragua. They're the
It's
puppets of the Cubans,
communism.
who are the puppets of bum 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 bum. The big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union. What we hear also is that there's another pernicious element, and the thing we have to stop in these countries is a thing called communism, and that there are communists in these countries. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time we ask, what's a communist? What does a communist do that is so dangerous?
Important
They would
question.
have us believe that communists merely hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. They would have us believe, well, the New York Times, let me refer to an editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive Managua regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments, they have regimes. You'll see that in the newspapers all the time. We have government. And I said to myself, what is undesirable and offensive about Managua? Is it the land reform program, where they took all that massive land owned by those few rich compradors and gave it out to the people who were starved for land?
That's terrible. Don't do
Is it
that.
the farm co-ops that they're setting up? Is it the community industries and the public work programs to create jobs for people who have been chronically unemployed? Is it the food program, a ration of beans and rice for every kid in Nicaragua so that nobody, no matter how poor that country is, they're all getting fed? Is it having the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America despite
I'm gonna keep this
earthquake
up, and I'm gonna
civil
do
war and
some
foreign
sidebar
invasion
research.
and attack and embargo? Lower even than Costa Rica, which is supposed to be the big show place? so offensive about Managua? It is those things in some degree. It is creating a competing social order. It is people, it is those who have been downtrodden. It has been those who have been used as fodder in the capital accumulation process, now claiming back the process of production.
Oh,
claiming
okay.
back
So
their own-
this is a little bit of one of my blind spots. So yeah, I admittedly I don't know nearly enough as much as I need to in the 80s. Most of my historical knowledge, at least right now, comes pretty based in the 70s, right? And I'm pretty into like the Nixon Kissinger foreign policy era, and I mean obviously coming out of World War II is pretty fascinating. A little bit of a blind spot. The 50s, I know the 60s and 70s pretty well. But as far as the 80s goes, he's talking about Reagan in Nicaragua, right? Which, with the Sandinistas, we're kind of talking about the Iran-Contra affair, which gets really, really, really complicated. But it is more or less a way that the Reagan administration was able to circumnavigate Congress to funnel arms into both sides of a conflict so that they could... Oh, geez. Was it to get the Sandinistas out of power, or am I oversimplifying that? Either way, it ends with, yeah, oh, geez, and the Iranian Revolution leads up to this, too. Oh, man, that gets complicated. You know what? Maybe sometime in the future we might, like, schedule up a learn the fuck out of the Iran-Contra scandal. Learn Iran-Contra. That's one of my historical blind spots. I know me some funny Reagan factoids. Like, did you guys know that Ronald Reagan had an astrologer? Let's look her up, and we could throw some stuff up here. Ronald. Yeah, Joan Quigley. She had a pretty considerable amount of power with the president. She was reportedly able to, like, so there was a meeting that Ronald Reagan was doing where he went to Germany to go and do an honor of some of the fallen soldiers from World War II. Who were they again? I forgot. In Germany, the World War II, the soldiers in World War II, who were they again? I forgot. Anyways, but the Air Force One was reportedly, like, circling. It was... Let's see, relationship with Nancy. Oh no, this one's not going to be in there. You can read through it in some of her books, but the good heavens, an astrologer dictating the president's schedule, because she was reportedly, based on the positions of the stars, said that it would be better for the president to land Air Force One something like 20 minutes after he was originally planned to land it. Taurus decided when the president's plane was going to land,
claiming back their own flag, their own dignity, and saying this country's going to be for us and not for you anymore, gringo. And that's the communist program, and that's what communists are. I had somebody up in Vermont say, she got up, and she was one of those trust funders who works on peace a lot, and she said, oh, sorry there. She said, people are saying that the Salvadoran guerrillas are communists, but they're not communists. They're just ordinary peasants. So why are we fighting them? The implication being that if they were communists, it would be okay to go in and pulverize them. And I pointed out that, well, look, at least in the FLM and the Front, there's at least two of those 5 groups. At least 2. I'm not sure about all of it. But at least 2 of them that would not deny the label communist. They would say, yo soy comunista. You know, they'd say
Soy
it.
comunista.
And they would say it proudly. And what does it mean to be a communist? It means to fight and devote yourself to the people. If communists, if we leftists, if we Marxists, if we revolutionaries, if we progressives, if all we want is to hunger for power, then why do we side with the powerless? Then why don't we toady up to power? Why don't we take the road of the Henry Kissingers and the Daniel Patrick Moynahans and the Ziggy Brzezinskis and the Eugene Rostows and the McGeorge Bundys
And become big.
who toady up and mouth for power?
Yeah.
When Henry Kissinger was made National Security Advisor for Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going away present. as Nelson Rockefeller testified himself before the Senate committee when he was being appointed Vice President of the United States. And they asked, and the senators, well, they really went at Rockefeller really hard. They said, why'd you do that, Mr. Rockefeller? And Rockefeller
Shit don't change.
said, well, giving's always been a tradition in our family. Giving. They cast their bread upon the waters and more came back, didn't it? He was saying to Henry Kissinger, Henry, I brought you out of Harvard. I brought you out of that Center for, or whatever that was, Strategic Studies, because I liked the books you were writing, and you were writing them for me. Henry, you remember you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is.
Yeah, man. Kissinger fucking...
Like the political
oh, God,
climbers and
Kissinger.
career.
Fucking Kissinger, man. He always comes up, man. Just...
I think I want a photo of him on our wall.
What a terrible person, man. What a terrible man. Oh, there's reports of him having conversations with the military leaders in North Vietnam to see if they could potentially extend the Vietnam War past LBJ, because there was talks of a potential of a ceasefire, which isn't the end of a war necessarily, but at least it's better than what the conflict is. But the war was extended so that LBJ would get kicked in the butt on his way out of office, despite the fact that Henry Kissinger was like kind of gunning for both of their campaigns. That's treason. That's punishable by death. Henry Kissinger, man. Fuck. Okay, we're going to pause. I'm going to hit a bathroom break. I'm going to let it play over the pause break so you can listen.
Have done in every country in the world. And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out on the picket lines. We put our jobs on the line. We risk our careers. In many cases, we even risk our physical safety and our lives in all sorts of countries. If it's power we want, why do we take such a circuitous route? If it's power Senator Garland wants, why is he standing back there? And 70 years standing like a legion. Well, these communists do all these reform things, yes. And liberal columnist Richard Cohen in the Washington Post says, and I think I've heard it about 800 times from different people, we ought to copy what the communists do. Why are we always on the wrong side? Why do we go into these countries and find ourselves on the side of the big landowners, the sweatshop owners, the big corrupt generals who run little prostitution rackets on the side and all that stuff? Then why are we with that element? Why don't we capture the hearts and minds of the people the way the communists do? Why don't we copy their techniques? What are their techniques? Well, communist techniques are very well known. Just the things we just said. They go into the village. They do land reform. They try to bring clean drinking water. They pay for the food they take. They try to help the people organize themselves. That's what they do. But if we did those things, we not only would have stolen their program, we would have become them. Because that's what they were doing. That's the thing we're fighting to prevent. Not we. That's what our government and our ruling class is fighting to prevent. That's why we always go in on the wrong side, because the wrong side is the right side for the class interests of this administration and every other administration that's occupied the White House. So it is the heart of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. Now, the Soviet Union is a serious problem for world capitalism. First, it's the strongest socialist country. As the strongest socialist country, it is a major target. Second, it has assisted other revolutionary movements, mostly just diplomatically, politically, morally, but also sometimes with material aid. Not much, but rather substantial aid in the case of Vietnam. So, one goal is to try to contain the Soviet Union. The dream is finally to roll back the events of 1917, to undo history, to bring back that time when all the world belonged to us and there were no problems like this. And there became an encirclement of the Soviet Union. The most targeted socialist country in the world today is not Nicaragua, nor even Libya, if you want to call Libya socialist. I wouldn't quite call it that. It's got an erratic leader. He does immature things and says immature things, but he's also dangerous from a class interest, but I still wouldn't call him socialist. The most encircled and threatened country is the USSR. It is the one that is targeted with all these missiles. There is, ladies and gentlemen, those missiles are not the result of an arms race. I maintain that there is no arms race, and there never has been. A race, as you know, the model of a race is the two proponents moving, each more furiously ahead of the other, trying to make put as much space to get to some goal. That model doesn't explain arms escalation. What we have had, rather, has been an arms chase, with one side, the U.S., unilaterally escalating each time, and the other side, the Soviet Union, playing catch-up, often with a 2 to 7 year lag in the particular weapons system. That was true of the A-bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the long-range bomber, submarine-launched missiles, the MIRVs, the multiple warheads, the ICBMs, tactical nuclear weapons, solid fuel rockets, and now even today with the MX, the Cruise, the Pershing, and the neutron bomb. The race model doesn't explain it. It's a chase. As the Soviets said just several years ago, don't build a neutron bomb. If you build it, then we will have to build it. Don't build the MX. If you do that, we will escalate on our ICBMs. That's hardly a race. That's more of a chase. The other side, asking that this escalation not take place, and then when the escalation does, it reluctantly moves on and enters it also. Reluctantly, I say, because the arms race has had a tremendous damaging effect on the Soviet economy. Every time they have to build another tank, that's one less subway car.
I don't think anybody's in chat hanging out right now, unless somebody else was like really invested in the Parenti. And if you were, go for it. But I think we'll come back to that. I think this stream's winding down to an end. I kind of want to play one more round of Binding of Isaac before I go to bed, but I got work tomorrow, so I go to bed before midnight. But I will play one more round of Binding of Isaac because I love it. It's a good game. It's one of my faves. It takes just a second to launch up here. But we'll get there. That's better. Oh shit, let me fill up my water while the Binding of Isaac loads in. We'll be up in a sec. Oops, sorry. I don't think I've had anybody in chat for a little while. I felt like maybe I was ignoring them a little bit too much because I started ignoring some of the jokes that I was like, eh. So, I'll try to be more responsive.
Yeah.
The point where I'm at, where I'm small, it is still good to try to respond to everybody. But a lot of them, it's like, hey, did you know Jesus loves you? And I'm like, okay.
Isaac and his mother lived alone
Like,
in a
cool,
small
thanks.
house on a hill.
Cool, thanks. Anyway,
Isaac
so
kept to
communism.
himself, drawing pictures
Anyway.
and playing with his toys as his mom watched Christian broadcasts on the television. Life was simple, and they were both happy. That was until the day Isaac's mom heard a voice from above. Your son has become corrupted by sin. He needs to be saved. I will do my best to save him, my lord.
My
Isaac's
lord.
mother replied, rushing into Isaac's room.
Nothing like Isaac. Isaac's our boy. He is the one that the binding is of. Did you know? The binding of. Our boy. It's the initials of Binding of Isaac, spelled boy. B-O-I. Ah, I thought I avoided that. I got lagged. Now we got this, though. Ooh. Ah, I should have known that was coming. The blue ones do that. Let's see if we find the secret room this floor. I believe it's like over here. Nope. Might be, but I'll have to get to it from this side. Or perhaps over here? Why is that stuck? Is it pinned? Why? How do I unpin it? What the hell? The map is just stuck to the screen. If I exit and come back, will it go away? La 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 la. Yep, it's still there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I unpinned it. I just had to click on the right spot, but the cursor was gone. Hardest thing you ever do in Isaac. Fuck yourself with the modded map. Nope. Looks like we gotta get good. Skip that coin for now. We're going for a high-speed adventure. Blow them up. Only a couple. Bummer, too. No keys. No keys for me's. How many coins do you have to put in the donation machine to unlock greed mode? I think I have it unlocked, do I? Have to beat it a certain amount of times. What's the unlock requirement? Do you know, chat? Let me know. There's nobody in chat right now. It's late. Everybody's sleepy. Ooh. Little buttholes shooting out poop corn flies. Ooh, thanks for the hearts in chat. I see him. Hyping me up. I believe. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. Decent. Go. The devil. Oh, and I didn't go in the item room. Let's go. What's in there? Hello, Hazenet. Welcome into the chat. The classic maneuver. Nobody will see it coming. Hello, Hazenet. Welcome to the chat. Ooh, magnetized. Yeah, blow yourself up with your bombs, you dang idiot. This is like pseudo homing tears. This is the magnet tears. Yeah, just drop bombs everywhere. Oof. That's tough. That's tough. Damn. Do better. No win streak. Well, no win streak for me. Go into the curse room. We get room shards because we only have Yara. Oh! Did weak Hagalaz. It just gave me another spider to deal with. Ooh. Gotta break up these little poopy guys. Just a bunch of poops. We got restock in here. Blow up the shopkeeper. I saw a meme about this game and it was like, people who play this game see you play the game for the first time without knowing, and they'd be like, "Oh, dude, you could have sucked the shopkeeper's dick back on floor 2 to upgrade your farting chance by 5.6%. That way, you'd have a better outcome on your potential future roles and boss encounters."
That's kind of what it sounds like when you first start.
Dude, it totally is. It totally is. But all of the shit makes a difference, I swear to God. Fucking planetarium chants and angel room and devil room and blood, and so much of the game, the items are just pee and poop. So you're like, oh yeah, man, if you break all the poops, then... Oh, you're just not breaking poops on the couple first floors. That's why you can't afford the good items in the shop. You need to cry into poop more, dude. What's wrong with you? That's how roguelikes go, though, honestly. But in eugenics, it's different. It's just like, yeah, you're not fucking inbreeding. You're inbreeding your cats too much. Honestly, no, it's the same. Just make streamers say wacky shit whenever describing like game mechanics. That's how you know you have a good game on your hands. Glass cannon. That's pretty good. Just have to not get hit. Oh, big damage. You take like double damage or something whenever you get hit while holding glass cannon, but then it breaks if you get hit again while you're holding it. But it's such a good item. It's a big ass tier that you get to reuse every so often. Not really anything useful on the floor I can grab here, and I don't have any bombs to find secret rooms, so let's go. Keep it moving forward. Hey, we made it through the first floor this time. That's something. I swear I'm good at this game. Now that's how you use glass cannon. Oof. That was a close dodge. Love how it sounds like a cannon. Just glass. I didn't realize it had spectral. He's farting and that moves the poops around. Gives a chance to spingle your dingle-dingle-dangles. Is that good video game commentary? Is that what they want? Ooh. It just shreds the guitar in Basement. Basement's got some of the best songs. I'm also a shop kind of guy. Ooh. Man. There's a version of the soundtrack that's on Spotify that is just not the same as the version that plays in game, although I do like this version.
Where are you listening to the Spotify not on?
Yeah, I'm just listening to the version of the soundtrack that's playing through the game. This is the most updated version of it, but there's an older version of it that's got a different version of all the Basement songs that I just like so much more. It's just so much grungier. I guess I could play that without getting in trouble, but... Too much work. Do I have a key now? Yeah, I do. Butterbean. Is it here? I think it's here. I think this is where the secret room is. Yeah. Nothing good. Darn shame. I haven't lost any health yet this floor. Just gonna shoot the creep shot at me. No, he's just gonna fart. I don't even need to waste the fool card. Bang, bang. Ooh! Devil room. What do we have? Gonna avoid. Avoid. Well, they only shoot once, so it doesn't matter. But the Pact is so good. And Lord of the Pit. Do I go both of them? I get 2 black hearts back, but then I think I'll die if I take any damage with Glass Cannon. While held, taking damage removes an extra 2 hearts of health, breaks the cannon for a few rooms. Oof. I'll just go Tears Up and damage. Oh, we got Krampus in the Devil Room. Okay. Relying on Satan too much. Alright, let's go. Not even that much damage. Ah, shit! Broke my glass cannon. Now we have to drop that. We're getting not good enough to support that because we're going to take damage from it. Ass. Not looking great. Why are the poops? Oh, Fartoom. That's why. Dropping it. That's going to kill me. I'm going to forget. Hello, BasilNet TV. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. I guess if I had flight, I could have gone in there, but it's too late for all that now. I'll take Butterbean, because Glass Cannon will fuck me in all the later floors. We're not good enough. We're not good enough. Someday, our reaction time will get better. Oof. Oof. Not taking any of that damage. No, sir. Not today. What do we got in there? Regular challenge room? Might be worthwhile. Fart. Got a fart left in the tank. What we got? Got his ass. Yeah, we're seeing the devil again this room, since we didn't technically enter the devil room last floor. Still have 100% chance, even though we took a devil item because we entered it from the curse room, but we lost the chance on the red heart health because we took a bunch of damage from the fucking boss. We were dummy, but that actually kind of helped us in this part. Interesting niche interactions. Oh, these butthole clouds. Not hitting me. No, not today. Oof. Almost got touched by that. Nice. Looks good, man. Ooh. Yeah. That was fun listening to Yellow Perennial on stream today. I liked discussing politics. Guy was like, you're just a wannabe Hassan. And the other chatter was like, nobody wants to be Hassan. And I was like, damn, that's a good point. I was like, no. But I do like the way Hassan conducts his streams. I don't think it's bad to take from at least some of those styles. Like, I appreciate his commentary whenever he watches videos, and that's at least something that has enlightened me in some ways to opening my level of knowledge on certain historical topics. There's a lot of things that I have, you know, gotten smarter about talking about or being able to talk about and bring in depth, but, you know, it takes research, it takes time. Gotta recognize where your blind spots are. I know, I gotta learn around Contra better. I don't know that one nearly well enough. Learn more about Nicaragua and the Sandinistas. Whatever the hell Rumsfeld was doing. Oh, I can't press the button on the space while holding the thing for some reason. It doesn't let me, like, duel up like that. Or not press 3 buttons at the same time. This keyboard won't let me do that. That's wacky. I can't move and shoot and fart at the same time. That sucks. Farted on him. Up here. That's where the secret room is. Found it. Nice. That went well. The Magician. Okay. It's in here. Give me a soul heart. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, and I liked that the old video footage was so grainy. One of my favorite videos to watch, or one of my favorite videos that me and Hazel got into recently was the Nixon Frost tapes. There's a big interview between Nixon and this guy Frost, and it's just so fascinating, especially since we have so much historical context to go off of with it. Like, it's easy to watch with Google up and to just verify everything that Nixon's saying to you in that moment. And a lot of the time it's like, whoa, Nixon doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, dog. You can keep him off you with the fart pretty well, honestly. Knockback is useful if you can use it. Okay, 2 flies. I like rooms like that. Those are funny. Poop's funny. Bang. Bang. Very nice. Bunch of flies. And this really doesn't seem to do any damage to anything other than the damageless flies. So this just kind of keeps people off of me. And you don't want to just focus on the gold flies here, because these guys are going to make more of them and then stack them up on you, and then you'll have a lot to deal with. Ah! Fuck. I wish that my fart did poison. Oops. Not mean to drop that. That's good. Ah, he's the meat fly. The meat flies come back after a little while. Oh, there we go. We got him. Jeez, we're taking some damage in this room. Just do not have enough DPS to deal with all the flies that those guys were putting out. I guess I could have popped my magician card, but I think I'm saving that for the boss. I don't know. Meat. It's all of them. No more keys. There's that one. Oh, we'll see the devil room first. I think we'll be okay. Using that magician card because I want to see the devil room, get something out of it. Spend some of these hearts, get a reward. Ah! Give me the reward! Ooh! We got this. Just doing some dodging, man. Not even a big deal. See? Too easy. Didn't take any damage on him. And we get to see Satan today! Hooray! My old friend. The whore of Babylon. Meh. Not useful to me right now. So I'm not going to waste the heart on it. Because I think I'm going to have to stick with my red hearts for the next couple of floors. And I want something that's going to help me now that I'm going to spend health on. And I think that by the time it'll be super useful, I might be super broken anyway. So it's not even worth the hassle. Edmund. Double Edmund. Ah. Ah. Don't throw up on me. Ah, stop it. Ugh. Edmund, no. Do not do this to me. Ouchers. You've harmed me today. This is not what I wanted. Ah! Ah! Fuck. Oh my goodness. Luckily there's hearts on the floor because of old bandage. Oh, got one. Oh, fuck, man. It's so hard to avoid. Fart. Come on, dude. Come here. Come here. Get hit by my tears. Okay. Left hand. I don't need them all to be red chests. I kind of like chests, actually. Although the red chests do give you a chance to see the devil rooms, not as worried about that one right now. So now that we've got red heart, or old bandage, we're going to be dropping HP all over the floor. We don't even have to worry about as much damage as we take as it drops so much of the floor. Ideally, we'll see a shop with a donation machine in it, so that way I can donate some health up, get a little bit of luck back from it. I don't have that much money. Not donate health, but donate money. Oof. Nice. And there's a donation machine. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Okay, well, I'm going to play the floor first. I'm going to see how many hearts I can drop around on the ground so that way maybe I can make a decent amount of money back. Ooh. Doubles all room clear rewards. 33% chance for no room clear rewards. We hope that doubles it with the chest thing from Guppy's. Yeah, contract from below and Guppy's tail. That's a synergy, boy. You never know. Might just get 2 chests out of a room. These guys are easy. Get farted on. Oof. Oh, and there's a sack room too, dude? Okay. Sacrifice rooms. You go in, you pay some hearts, you get a chance to see some cool shit. I'm gonna put it here. Give me some stuff. Mr. Guy. No. Not any stuff. Oof. There's a heart on the ground. One that I lost. One that I found. Fast fella. Jesus. Get the hell off of me. Oh my god. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. In a second. Got him. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Give me this heart, please. Give me this heart, please. Oh my god. Shitting my bricks off over here. That's good. Give some money to the friend here. Pay up the beggar. Got some keys. That's nice. We're gonna see some locked chests before too much longer. No more money. Let's blow up these. Oof, oof. Ah. I'm stressed. Oh no, we're okay though. We got this. Because we believe in ourselves, and with the power of friendship, anything is possible, especially in the Binding of Isaac. I don't know. Oof. God, and he's blocking him? Jesus. Last hit, man. That's no good. Fuck me. Alright, last run. Last run. We're gonna get a good one, I swear to God. Last run, last run. That's good.
The Necronomicon!
Hate these meat guys. Meat guys are the worst. They're not. There's worse guys than these meat guys, but these guys are noob killers for sure. Ugh. Ooh. Too easy. Some spiders. Speed up. Very nice. Got one bomb. Find that secret room with, because I believe in ourselves. Thanks. Oh, lost contact too? That's nice. I need a key, but we're getting that. Lost contact is the shit. Mm-hmm. Key? Nice. Me lost contact. Hell yeah. That's such a good item. That deflects projectiles off of your shots. You can see they have shields around them now. Very cool. It's gonna not help for rooms like this, but for rooms where people are shooting me, especially if I have like a plethora of tiers, it will just fully deflect their shot and make it so I don't have anything to avoid anymore. Because later games, it just becomes bullet hell. Like, this would have helped me against those red hats in the other room that I died to last run. I'm a dummy. But we're locking the fuck in, son. Beating this Isaac run. I love Isaac. That red fellow does a whole heart of damage this early. Gosh dang. What a challenge. I love you, baby. Book, a little bit of money. I think I know where the secret room... Oh, no, we already saw the secret room, so we don't even have to worry about that. All we gotta do is get to the boss. Did we go devil rooms this run? I think we might. Maybe we avoid it. We see the angel room. Notice it's avoiding the projectiles, but I'm still doing all of my silly avoidances out of habit. It's called wasting time. Wasting valuable energy, I guess. So annoying, all of the items that only proc on self-damage. Like, this guy's just like a little orbital fly. Like, he does consistent damage if you take damage, but you have to spend the damage first. And I'm like, I don't want to take damage like a dummy. Hip him. You can totally stick this guy. I wonder if I can do it. Is my tier rate right? No, not quite. Oh, almost. Damn, we were so close. The fly's gonna get him now. Like, ugh. Yeah, my tier rate's too slow because of Shield of Tears. Otherwise, I've gotten it on the first floor. You can really easily just, like, keep knocking him back a little bit so he can't get towards you and you just hold your position. That's good. We like that. Cat of Nine Tails is a good item. Make basement 2 a breeze. These little scaredy guys, the mulligans, they're like, I don't want to play, I want to do another one. Oof. I love the little scaredy guys, they're so funny. Get him. Ooh, go get him. Magneto. That's pretty good. Not going in the curse room right now. Holding on to my soul heart, as I'll need it, probably. Do some avoid. Get this guy. Oh, very nice. Get this fools. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, fine. Since I'm on my 2 hearts, I'll go into the curse room. Gimpy, hell yeah. It was worth it. It was a good choice. Bonk. Give me the poops. Break them all with your tears. Shielded tears. Alright, what's the boss? Give me this boss. What's the boss gonna do? Woo. Ooh. Duke of Flies is so easy. Easiest bosses in the games. Such an easy time. Damn, I took too much damage there. That was so silly. I gotta do better. Give me Spoonbender or give me Death. I want Spoonbender and Shielded Tears because that is the absolute shit. I should have just gone for Angel Rooms. Why did I even go Devil Rooms? It's given me Brimstone in enough silly situations that I should have known better. Oh god, it's 11 o'clock. I don't want to play till midnight. I think I'm going to cut the stream. I've been going for 4 hours. It's been a good time, guys. It's been so kind, so sweet, so lovely. I love Jesus now.